which is probably, hopefully, what some of the questions, I guess, we'll see. All right. No, but are you ready? Well, I guess by default now, because the two that we select aren't here. They did it on purpose. They both went on vacation.
Good timing.
All right.
Okay, yeah, so we got 3 of the 5.
Yeah. Do you have any new laws to go over? Number 6.
Just one brief one, basically the elimination of personal property tax.
There's more people here than there's any other.
This is the busiest Waukesha meeting we've been at.
Feeling nervous. There's an audience. Yeah, we're fine. I got it.
Sam, the assessor, do these both before each one, or do both and all, or do both at the beginning?
Just do one swearing in at the beginning of each hearing, and then you can get everybody, whoever's going to testify,
Oh,
including
okay.
our assessor,
So do
at
all
the beginning of each hearing. So we'll do 5 different ones.
5 different, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah,
The
and
assessor
then
will be, the assessor will be sworn 5 times.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we going to, do our chair?
Did you change it?
Well, yeah, because our chair's not here. Who are we gonna appoint for chair? How are we gonna do that?
Should probably do it.
Just do it during 4?
Yeah, probably.
No, that's not.
I mean, we could do it right after 2.
Right after roll call?
Ready? All right, good evening, everyone. It's September 17th, 6 p.m. Going to call the Board of Review to order. Roll call.
Stigler,
Here.
White, Niles,
Here.
Adams, Buckholz.
Here. All right, approval of the minutes from May 25th, 2025's meeting. Hopefully you guys saw this in front of you there. It's pretty short and sweet.
I will make a
Comments,
mo-
concerns?
I will make a motion, we accept the Board of Review minutes from the 25th.
I'll second it.
All right. Anyone, well, should do it the other way around first. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Do that second as usual. There's none of those.
Can you do appointed chair?
Yep. All right, we had it set up at the prior meeting that we would have a chair and vice chair. However, both of those are not present tonight, so we need to, for the formalities of the hearing for the rest of the night, appoint a new chair and vice chair for tonight's meeting.
Yeah, we only need to do a chair.
Chair? Okay.
Just, yeah, if anyone wants to make a motion for a temporary chairman for the meeting, feel free to go, to nominate somebody.
Okay, I'll nominate Chad Niles.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor of making me do this? According to your motion?
Say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, we'll keep it lighthearted hopefully here tonight. All right, moving on from that then, confirmation of appropriate board of review and open meeting notices. Confirming those are done correctly and in time?
Yes, they were posted and all that neat stuff.
Very good. Verifying that the village has an ordinance and confidentiality of income and expense information provided to the assessor under state law 70.47.
Yes, we have that.
Very good. Review of new laws?
The only new law we have this year is the state of Wisconsin decided to remove personal property tax. So that is, no.
It is.
Is it? Oh, I just gotta pull it up. So that is no longer under the purview of the Board of Review, but that's all I've got.
Very well. Keep us moving. Thank you. Discussion related to the filing and summary of the annual assessment report by the assessor.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Sam Monroe. I'm the assessor for the village of Waukesha. This year was a interim market update for the village. I'm currently currently certified as an assessor 3 by the Wisconsin Department of Revenue. My certification expiration date is June 30th of 2028. This year was an interim market update. The estimated level of assessment is 100%. 2024 was a maintenance year, 2023 was a maintenance year, 2022 was a maintenance year, and 2021 was a maintenance year. We're currently utilizing our Universe CAMA system.
Okay.
This year we mailed the notice of changed assessment in August 18th of 2025. I have signed the affidavit and attached to the roll today, September 17th, 2025. The municipal assessment report, the estimated MAR was submitted in June 9th of 2025. There were no discovery of omitted properties. The date of the first open book was August 25th. The number of parcels reviewed was 175. The number of changes in value, the number of value changes due to the open book was 142. Revised notices were sent out. The Board of Review, first date of Board of Review with a completed assessment roll is today, 9/17/2025. The assessor is here to defend the assessments. We also had no palpable errors or omitted parcels. The property inspections that occurred this year, we had 164. These vary between exterior inspections and drive-bys. We had 175 property sales. The number that were reviewed for validity was 102. The number that was determined to be valid was 87. The number of inspections of properties that sold was 43. The total number of building permits for new construction and remodels was 93. The number of permits that were field inspected was 57. The number of new construction permits that were field inspected were 39. And we did analyze new construction and adjust for value changes. Agricultural parcels within the village, we have 131. Those were all verified for agricultural use by drive-by or online aerial photos. We did update the agricultural land values to the Department of Revenue's use value. We did conduct a ratio study for the previous assessment date, and we did conduct a ratio study for the current assessment date. Within the village, there are currently 3,347 parcels that are classed as residential. There are 118 parcels classed as commercial. There are 131 parcels that are classed as agricultural. There are 88 parcels that are classified as undeveloped. There are 29 parcels that are classed as agricultural forest. There are no productive forest parcels within the village, and there are 57 other Class 7 parcels. In 2025, there was determined to be for the residential ratio study, there was determined to be 71 valid sales. The total assessed value of the valid sales was $24,581,700. The total sales price of those valid sale parcels was $35,396,288. The aggregate ratio was 69.45. The mean was 69.69. The median was 67.22. The coefficient of dispersion was 10.04. The coefficient of concentration was 73.2, and the price-related differential was 1.00. The residential ratio study for 2024, there were a total of 80 valid sales. The total assessed value of the valid sale parcels was $27,955,400. The total sales price of the valid sale parcels were $38,001,455. The aggregate ratio was 73.56. The mean was 75.57. The median was 72.24. The coefficient of dispersion was 10.97. The coefficient of concentration was 76.3, and the price-related differential was 1.01. For the commercial ratio study for 2025, there was determined to be 2 valid sales. The total assessed value of the valid sale parcels was $1,101,600. Total sales price of the valid sale parcels was $1,758,520. The aggregate ratio was 62.64. The mean was 66.8. The median was 66.8. The coefficient of dispersion was 24.4. The coefficient of concentration was 0. The price-related differential was 1.07. For the 2024 commercial ratio study, there was 1 valid sale. The total assessed value of the valid sale parcel was $252,400. The total sales price for the parcel was $300,000. The aggregate ratio was 84.13. The mean was 84.13. The median was 84.13. The coefficient of dispersion was 0. The coefficient of concentration was 100, and the price-related differential was 1.0. We also had vacant land ratio studies for 2025 and 2024. For the vacant land and residential, the number of valid sales was determined to be 14. The total assessed value of the sold parcels was $1,325,300. The total sales price of the valid sale parcels was $2,695,500. The aggregate ratio was 49.17. The mean was 49.06. The median was 46.99. The coefficient of dispersion was 15.36. The coefficient of concentration was 64.30, and the price-related differential was 1.0. In 2024, the vacant land for residential ratio study, there were 17 valid sales. Total assessed value of the valid sale parcels was $1,554,200. The total sales price of the valid sale parcels was $3,050,000. The aggregate ratio was 50.96. The mean was 51.34. The median was 48.71. The coefficient of dispersion was 9.68, and the coefficient of concentration was 82.4. The price-related differential was 1.01. And that concludes the assessment report for 2025.
All right, thank you. Any discussion, gentlemen, or questions? There's a lot of numbers there. I like numbers, but you started to lose me, I'll be honest with you. I'm sure there's plenty of others in the room that felt the same, but, all right, nothing?
No, started messing with decimal points.
What's that?
I said we started messing with decimal points. I'm kind of zoned out.
Right. All right, move on then. Receipt of the assessment roll from the assessor to the clerk. All right, and you have the receipt of the assessment roll and sworn statements.
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll move on to review of the 2024 assessment roll and perform statutory duties. I guess we have to go through and look for errors and descriptions. So we'll go through that. Do the usual and split it up.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
if you want, you can move this to the end and start holding the hearings
Okay.
now, but that's up to the board.
You want to do that?
I think that's probably more appropriate. These
I'm good
people
with that.
want
We
to.
gotta.
Well, I agree. I just didn't know if we had to do.
Yeah, I didn't know
review
they
this
always
first,
did
so
it. I know we always done that, but I didn't
Yeah.
know.
I'm fine with that.
We We can move it to the back if you want.
Okay, you guys good with that?
Good with that?
All right,
So
we will.
let's jump to 14.
We will postpone that then, and moving on to discussion and possible action regarding the following public considerations. Waivers of the required 48-hour notice of intent to file an objection when there is good cause. Request for waiver of the board of review hearing, allowing the property owner an appeal directly to the circuit court. Request to testify by telephone, video conference, submit sworn written statements, subpoena requests, and act on any other legally allowed required board or review matters.
So as far as I'm aware, we have 5 notices of intent and 5 objection forms. Was there anyone out here today that's looking to file a notice of intent or an objection form today?
Got a lot of questions.
Okay. Well, questions, or you're looking to object to your assessment?
May I
Both?
address that?
Sure.
If you want to speak, just come up to the microphone,
Sure.
please.
Sure.
Just give us your name and address first before you,
Karen
Discuss.
Bassey, South 25, West 26, 9. Bassey, B like boy, A like Adam, S like Sam, I like Ignatius. Everybody knows an Ignatius. You know. Then they don't put an E or a Y on the end or something, so. Do you need the whole South 25, West 26, 989, Winnebago Way, Waukesha? Obviously.
okay?
Okay, thank you. I have to reel back a little bit. I want to learn tonight. I'm in real estate, I'm in building. I understand some things, but there's a whole lot of stuff I don't understand, and rather than blindly just listen, Sam, nice to meet you. There was a few terms I didn't understand. We can all, I think, understand there were this many parcels sold. This is how much we know what the average is, we know what the mean is. I don't know what aggregate is. I don't know what some of those other terms are. Maybe they're not relevant at all. Maybe we don't need to know that. I just thought, I don't know what that means, and I don't know if anybody else does, but I don't. And just for protocol's sake, the structure of this, is it okay? I mean, when you guys are all up here talking, are we sitting back here quietly, or how do we address if we have a question on something? Just kind of what's the rules of the house sort of thing. So what's protocol?
So I think our best way to handle this, generally those types of questions would take place between the property owner and the assessor in open book. I'm assuming we held open book earlier this year.
But
I
if
don't
we
know-
didn't, we weren't here, it'd be okay to call Sam about that stuff.
Well, yeah, outside of this.
Yeah,
But-
outside of this,
But I
okay.
think, so usually there is no, public comment session for this type of a board of review meeting. However, seeing that there's a number of you here that raised your hand to my last question, it may be beneficial to hold a couple of questions and answers. I don't know, I mean, obviously that's the board's decision whether or not you want to allow them to talk, but maybe that would clear up some of the things, and
Yeah.
and maybe you wouldn't want to proceed, because so state law requires, if you're going to object to your property assessment, you have to file a notice of intent with the clerk 48 hours prior to today. If you don't do that, there is a mechanism where you can still file a notice of intent, but the board would have to find good cause as to why you didn't meet that 48-hour notice. We can hold those hearings if you want, but if you want to go through a brief Q&A, and maybe that'll answer some of your questions and absolve us
Thank
of
you,
any of that.
thank you for that. I think the majority of, this is a huge jump. Ours is over 100% increase. So I think just generally, it's why now? What, who, why, when, where, how? What are we getting for this? I know that our borders are now secure. I was a big proponent of going from the township to the village so we could seal our borders. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Our tax base isn't being taken away from us, so that was great. But, and that I can understand all that. So we're locked in and we're safe, and that's good, but is it, and I'm not confrontational at all, I just want to understand, after, we've been in the same house 39 years, so kind of who, what, where, why, when, how, why now, Is it just catching up with the times, those sort of things? I don't know if anybody else feels that way at all.
Pretty much summed it up, like, I guess we're all a little confused as
Let's
to
keep
major
it,
jump
hold on,
all
let's keep it in order, please. I don't wanna
Yeah.
have 30 people talking at once, so
Yeah.
I
So
get your
that's-
point, so I guess to that question, would you mind, I guess, just going over what the statute is as far as, like the 5-year marks and those, as far as when we do assessments?
Sure. So what we conducted this year was a market update for the village of Waukesha. The last market update that occurred was in 2020, so that was over a 5-year period. The state of Wisconsin requires each municipality to assess within plus or minus 10% of market value once over a 4-year period. The window for compliance it can lengthen out depending on where the sales and the assessments do fall into line. The statistics that I was reciting was the ratio study, and that was showing for the classes, the level of assessment for the jurisdiction had fallen down to about 70% and was going to enter the 60s if there was not a market update. So the market update occurred this year to get us back into compliance with the state statutes. The process that we followed, we analyzed sales from 2023 and 2024, and those were valid sales that occurred within the village of Waukesha. We ran a statistical analysis, and one of the things that I pointed out with the vacant land ratio study, our assessments were approximately 50% of current market for the open sales. So our land rates were low. That was kind of a big stickler for the majority of the people that I spoke with, that there was such a large land increase in value. That was all based on sales that we had that occurred over the last 2 years. After we adjusted the land rates up, we did take a look at our sales again for the improved properties, and then we made adjustments by neighborhood to the sold properties to bring the other assessments up to market level. So we were analyzing the properties that sold over the last 2 years and making adjustments to bring them to market, and then we applied the same adjustments to the unsold properties, and we are assumed to be at 100% of market level. The increase that you would have seen on your notice, outside of having something like some new construction, if you built a new home or an addition or something along those lines, we were looking at an average increase in assessed value of about 41%. Now, that's average for the village. Some residents did not increase that much. Some residents did change more than that. But that's what we were looking at, is about a 40% on average, and that was to bring the village up to current market level, and that was for all residential and commercial properties.
As per state requirements, just to make sure we're on par with other properties statewide. Now, how come the village of Waukesha is so terribly low when we love it here? So that's kind of just bringing it up to what the market is doing.
Yes, yeah, and as I was saying in the annual assessment report, the previous years of 2024 through 2021 were maintenance years, so your assessed value does not change unless there's new construction or there's a change to the property. If you tear something down, if there's some damage or something that occurs through a storm, we can't adjust the assessments that way. Typically, the only notices that go out outside of a market update or a revaluation would be for any property that changed in value due to new construction or remodeling.
So if I've done nothing to my property.
Sir, if you could just come up to the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry.
Give us your name and address.
Dale Peterson.
And
I'm just trying to understand my
Sir,
my-
address too?
S41W27098 Oak Grove Lane.
Thank you.
My property value went up double. So I'm just trying to see how we got so far out of whack where it went up double when I've done zero to my yard. My driveway is in bad shape. I'm going, okay, you did a drive-by. My driveway needs to be replaced, and my yard's just the way it's been for 20 years. So I'm just trying to see where a 100% increase happened.
So depending on if there was anything that changed individually on your property, that may be something that would have led to a larger increase. The last market update that occurred in 2020, this was during the COVID pandemic. During the COVID pandemic and after that, there was a significant change in market value. Properties were bought and sold on the market higher than what they had been for the prior years, and this is a catch-up in that value. So the properties appreciate in value due to market conditions, and with the increase in housing prices is what led to a lot of the assessments increasing as well. So I would have to look at your individual property to see why it doubled in value. That was that would be a little bit more on the high side for the village. There were some that did take 80 to 90% increases, especially if there wasn't new construction. That would be something that I could discuss with you individually through the open book process. But like I said, on average, it was about a 41% increase on residential properties and commercial properties throughout the village.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Like I said, it was exactly doubled,
Okay.
so that's pretty excessive. I don't think anything in my neighborhood went up doubled since the last one, so.
That's understandable.
And if nothing else, my property, like I said, my driveway hasn't been replaced in probably 35, 40 years.
Well, and a lot of the increase as well depends on where the assessed value was previously. So it may have been underassessed at the previous market update, and it had stayed underassessed for a while. And whenever we analyzed the sales and we applied our adjustments, then at that point, it may have taken a larger increase than the normal. So I would have to look at yours on a case-by-case basis to make that determination.
My name is John O'Brien, O-B-R-I-E-N, at S36W27855 Robin Hill Circle. The biggest thing for me is, and this is kind of unrelated to you to a point, but my assessment I didn't get until a week after the date, because somewhere in the system, someone changed my address, who I've never moved, to an apartment building on the other side of Waukesha. I contacted and spoke with Beth, I believe it was here, who said I had to get a hold of somebody in the county, who I've done, and done all the process. I'm just waiting for them to tell me it's been changed. But I had no way to get a hold of anybody until it was too late. And that's my biggest thing is there a way to still talk somebody over this, or am I stuck because of a paper issue?
So the assessments, you can file the objection with the Board of Review, and we can have a hearing. I was holding individual conferences with homeowners through the end of last week and all the way up to this afternoon. I had people that did call. Through the open book process, on the notice there was a number. We did extend from 1 week to a week and a half to almost 2 weeks for the open book, and then I've been dealing with people over the course of the last 2 weeks that if they called, I would talk through the assessment with them and verify our information. So you are able to file the objection, but there's some other requirements that would have to come into place to have that. We are able to address these assessments next year as well.
Okay. My other question is Sam, the phone number that was on here is not yours, from what I understand?
Yeah, so the phone number that was on the notice is a corporate number that we use to schedule the open book appointments. So
Okay.
that was my staff that was using that number, and they were the ones that were scheduling those appointments. There's also a voicemail that's associated with that.
And it says that to send you an email, which I did, but I hadn't heard anything, so I didn't know.
You had sent me an email
I
directly.
sent you an email probably about a week ago now to this one that's on here, this salmonrow@tylertech.com.
That is my email, yes.
So I just was, whether maybe it was on my end, I don't know, but I was just trying to figure out where my next step is, or am I SOL on this at this point?
Well, you are able to file the objection and be heard.
Okay.
And that would be up to the board. You would have to file the waiver of the 48-hour notice, and you would have to file the objection form, but that would be.
And that's something I could do tomorrow or whenever I can, or tonight or whatever.
Maybe tonight. It would have to be tonight.
It would be filed tonight, yes.
Okay. And then the last piece is, and this is probably a lot of people, with the assessment changes, does that mean it's a tax change as well? Or where does that, I'm sure that's where a lot of people here are concerned of.
Sure.
You doubled my assessment, does that mean my taxes double?
So typically, there's not a good way to estimate what the taxes will be. The mill rate is not calculated until the end of this year.
Okay.
But typically, with the average of the 41% increase, the way that I look at it with the rule of thumb, if the budget for the municipality remains the same or reasonably the same, a 41% increase should be a no change in taxes. If you did not increase the 41%, it could be a slight reduction. If you went up over the 41%, it could be an increase in the taxes.
Like I'm at 100%, so.
Well, if it's at 100%, I would anticipate that your tax bill would increase significantly.
Okay. So then I guess the next thing is, what do I need to do?
Yeah, so we'll hold, we have 5 scheduled that we will hear objection hearings tonight. If you guys have not filed your paperwork, then tonight you have to file your notice of intent.
Okay.
With that would include a waiver, and the board would have to find that there was good cause that you didn't meet the 48-hour notice, and the board would deliberate and make that determination. If they find there is good cause, then we can schedule a hearing, which likely wouldn't be tonight.
Okay.
It would probably be a different day, depending on what the board determines and, you know, what the assessor's prepared for. If the board finds that there was not good cause, then you can't have a hearing.
Yep.
You'll have to wait till next year.
Okay.
So, do we have,
forms?
do we have forms that we can print off and hand out?
As far as taxes go, the tax levy for the village of what we collect from property taxes from all the residents is roughly $1.7 million total from everybody. That number is restricted by the state. And so we're not going to, with these assessments, if say yours doubled, we're not gonna now be going to $3.4 million. The law doesn't allow for that.
Okay.
So our collection is gonna basically be the same as it was last year, or slightly higher, by maybe a slight bit of, you know, several $1,000s. But it equalizes out amongst all of us so that I still have to pay roughly the same amount as you would, based on whatever your assessment is compared to mine.
So my,
We
my taxes shouldn't, if my taxes, is rough number, say is 25, I shouldn't be thinking my taxes are gonna hit $5,000 next year.
Shouldn't, but there's also the state tax and the county tax and all that stuff. From the village's tax though, it wouldn't from that perspective, because if I went up, say 40%, well then you went up 40%, we're probably all gonna be roughly that 40% to what Sam said, that we're like, I may see a $50 increase, or you may see a $100 increase, Stu may see a $25 decrease, like it all kinda evens out a little bit that way, so there are ups and downs for all of us.
Okay.
But it's not like we're collecting a lot more money off of this, I just wanna make sure that's clear to everybody.
Okay.
We're still statutorily at the same dollar amounts as we would have been, even if we didn't do this assessment.
Okay.
I would add to that as well too, the assessed value for the jurisdiction increased, and the 2 parts of the mill rate calculation is the assessed value and the budget. So if the assessed value increase and the budget stays the same, the mill rate would decrease. So you would see a reduction in the mill rate itself.
So where last year, I think we were around $1.40 per thousand, if I recall correctly, for village tax. That maybe goes down to $1 because all of our values are that much higher now for the amount that we collect. If that makes sense?
Yep.
Hypothetical numbers, but
Okay.
it goes like that, so,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
To piggyback off Sam's point, the state requires, as he said, requires us to be at 90%. If our assessment level is below 90% for long enough, the state starts to fine the village. So we have to stay in compliance, which is why they had to do the revaluation. It wasn't, you know, just a random decision to do such. We have to do it in order to keep the state from fining us, so that we stay at those proper assessment levels.
Besides John, is there anybody else that wanted to file one of these objection waivers? If you would, I guess, just, Chris can stand at the end, now you can come up to Chris and grab a copy. She'll have to make some more, looks like, so just stand by at the table, that will come up to you.
Just so I understand, if we don't have a specific reason of why we didn't file, I mean, we're stuck with it this year, but we can refile for next year?
Well, you could still file this year, and we can discuss why you did or didn't
Yeah.
file it within that 72, or the 48-hour period. But, I mean, if you have a legitimate reason why you didn't, then that's what we could discuss to waive that.
Right,
We could still waive it if you didn't.
okay.
But I guess that's up to the board at that point to decide if we're going to allow the waiver for you or not.
Yeah, I would add to that, everyone has the ability on an annual basis to file to the Board of Review. Next year, it will be a maintenance year, and notices will go out to any properties that have value change, but Open Book is always open to all of the public. So there is an opportunity to address the assessments. If you're not able to this year, we can address assessments next year through the Open Book process.
All right, if you're looking to do the waiver and objection tonight, if you could just raise your hands and our attorney will come around and give you a copy.
Can I ask a quick question? Sam, Kevin Lang, S45W22270 Sunridge Court. I had sent you an email and you replied. Why is our land value went up 109%, so it doubled. Okay? Running last year's mill rate against everything, our taxes are going to go up 35%. Okay, just assuming things stay the same. How are vacant land sales what are used to establish the increase in land value for residential real estate? That does not make sense to me.
That is the starting point of the assessment, is the land value. And so we look at vacant land sales, valid vacant land sales that occurred on the open market. And through the analysis that we had over the 2 years of the 2023 and 2024, our vacant land sales were coming in at approximately 50% of market value. So we did have some areas that took large increases in the land value.
So let me see if I can say this in my English. If the land that was sold was assessed at 50 and sold for 100, you made the adjustment based on that $50,000 difference?
Yes, we look at the sales ratio. So we take the sales price of the property, we take the assessment and divide it by the sales price. So if a vacant lot sold for $100,000 and it was assessed at $50,000, it's a 50 ratio.
And that's going to translate to what is currently residential real estate as well? Obviously, I mean, that's what you did. But theoretically, that still doesn't make sense to me. Typically, isn't the land value of an established home, let's say it's a $500,000 home, the land value is typically considered 10 to 20%.
It can be 10 to 20. It can be as high as 30 to 40. It just depends on the area and the sales that occur. So you're looking at a land to building ratio, and that's something that we'd utilize if there was a lack of vacant land sales. But we had sufficient land sales to notice that across all the neighborhoods within the village of Waukesha, that our land rates were about 50% of market. So we use the vacant land sales in lieu of vacant land sales. We will use an estimated land to building ratio.
So the vacant land sales, we're just a little over an acre. What were the sizes of what was the acreage of those vacant land sales? Is that probably all over the map?
Yeah, it is. Some of the sales that were analyzed were lots within subdivisions, and some of those were lots that were outside of subdivisions. So it's a large range, and I don't have the numbers in front of me currently.
Is there quite a variance, though? I mean, if you're looking at an established lot in an established neighborhood that's not developed, and no building on it, that's what you're selling. That compared to, what the heck would I compare it to? Any other, I mean, the variance in those vacant lots, you just said that could be all over the map. If we were to take our lot in comparison to those that are true comparables, I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, true comparables to what was actually sold, that would be reasonable for us to object based upon what is more likely what our property is like. Would that be correct?
No. To object through the Board of Review, you're going to have some market information. So you're going to have comparable sales. If it's a vacant lot, you would have to have vacant land sales. If you have the...
You didn't what you just read off, that's public record, correct?
It's public record, yes.
So I could get that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but through the Board of Review, the board is looking for market information, so comparable sales. If you have a ranch home, they're looking for recent comparable sales, open market sales, and adjustments that would be made to arrive at a value for your property.
Because, I mean, this is suddenly becoming a project for next year, because it's just too much information to crank through, but I think I know where my argument will be.
Well, and
is that my property probably did not appreciate as much as some of these other properties did.
Well, and that could be the case, but also with the Board of Review, you're looking at the total assessed value, the market value. You can't pick apart just the land and the improvement, it's the total value. So you would have to establish a value for the entire property. So if it's vacant land, you're looking at just the land value.
Oh,
If
correct.
you're looking at an improved property with a home or a business, you would have to have some sales information to
Yeah, yeah.
arrive at a value.
Yeah, yeah, I get it,
Yes.
I get it. Okay, thank you. What's the name of that report?
The annual assessor's report?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, folks. We're gonna move on to the waivers of the required 48-hour notice of intent to file an objection when there is a good cause. So for the folks who just took copies from us, here are these documents. Is there anybody that's finished completing those that would like to go first?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so the documents that were just handed out to a handful of you, is anybody finished completing those documents yet?
Yeah, you can if you want.
I'm sorry, can I approach with a question? Is part of, Karen Bassey,
Yep,
Winnebago.
you're good. We got
Thank
it.
you, thank you. Not contesting here, questioning, are you guys gonna get to the point where we talk about any changes that'll be going on for the village this year? Maybe to the village hall, anything else going on? Future plans for the village, anything like?
That's not a part of tonight's
That's not part of
discussion.
tonight.
No, I'd recommend that if you have anything like that you want to give comments on, that you come to the public comments of our normal board meetings.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, so if you have things you want to address on that, if you have.
Oh, I don't want to
opinions
address,
or-
I was just wondering what's up.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't think it'll be on the next agenda, it'll probably be in one in like 3 weeks.
do
That'll be
they
another
usually
update.
publish?
Yeah, there's 2 meetings every month.
Mhm.
It's the second and fourth Thursday of the month, absent if there's a holiday. The first one is a joint with the plan commission and the board. The second one is just the board.
Okay, so the
So our
plan
next meeting
commission-
is, our next meeting is next Thursday at 6:30 here in this room. And they're pretty much every other week except for the weeks where there's 5 Thursdays, or five in the
Sorry,
month.
we're gonna have to miss it.
So
So that is discussed sometimes, what's
the updates to
up?
the,
for-
correct.
Yeah, what's coming
Yep.
up, that's it, thank you.
Yep, okay.
So we can also take the waiver requests verbally if someone doesn't want to, if you want to proceed with your request for the waiver. You don't have to fill out the objection form right at this moment. You can wait to see if the waiver is granted, because obviously if the waiver is not granted, then the objection hearing won't take place. But if anyone wants to go first, feel free.
So you want us basically to tell you why we didn't meet the 48 hour?
Correct, yeah, so the legal standard, the statutory standard is good cause. There's no specific definition of good cause. That's up to the board to determine if your excuse requires, meets the good cause standard. Usually it's something more than a mistake or something like that. But yeah, that basically what we'll do is everyone that wants to file their notice of intent tonight will come up and ask the board for the waiver of the 48-hour notice by presenting whatever their good cause is as to why they didn't meet that timeline.
It's like a personal thing?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it all has to be done in open session, so I hope it's not too personal,
I guess
but,
I'll go first.
okay.
Hey, my name is Lori Renka, L-O-R-I-R-I-N-K-A. S45 W27 631 Elk Valley Road. I did miss this. I wanted to do it 2 weeks ago, but my parents became ill. They live in Fort Myers, and then just this past weekend, I had to fly down on emergency because my daughter was sick. So, and I have proof. That's why I didn't get the 48 hours, because I just got back last night.
All right, it's up to
Okay.
the board to deliberate and determine if that meets your good cause standard and whether or not you want to grant the request to waive the 48-hour notice.
Comments?
When were these sent out to notice that, to file, I guess? How long ago has it been?
The assessment change notices were sent back in August. That would be
Okay.
August 18th. The notice of change assessments were mailed.
When was the meeting posted? To give notice for tonight?
It was posted, a month ago, 2 weeks ago. I don't have the exact date.
I
Yeah.
believe it was 30 days ago
30 days, yeah,
was the full notice.
yeah, that was posted.
And then another 24 hours prior was the agenda.
Yeah, because I was gone, I just got this in the mail yesterday, saying that it was today instead of tomorrow. So that reduced my time as well.
Nobody's addressed that. The fact that the meeting is a day early.
Yeah.
The original assessment notices, we'd had 2 days that were scheduled for the Board of Review, which was today and tomorrow. The original change of assessment notices did have the Board of Review information for the 18th. And that's why we had the mailer that was sent out once we discovered that we had the incorrect starting date for the Board of Review. We did send out the orange postcards to notify the public of the change to the 17th.
Okay.
Bob, Sue?
We're just going to normal format as far as the motion, correct? We would just go to normal format as far as the motion goes?
So you're saying your daughter's in Florida too?
My parents live on the Gulf Coast, and my daughter lives on the ocean side.
And when did you return?
I just returned last night at 9:45.
So you've been gone for the 2 weeks.
Well, I was down with them in Fort Myers, and then I came back from visiting her because she dislocated her shoulder, and she lives alone.
Based on the information in the packet in front of you that was given to you, are you probably gonna not wanna be doing the hearing tonight?
No, 'cause I wasn't prepared.
All right, I'll make a motion, that we grant the 48-hour waiver to Lori, based on her statements.
So if she doesn't plan on contesting it tonight, does it really matter?
Yeah, the only way we'd be able to hold it tonight is we'd have to get a secondary waiver. I know this is gonna get very confusing, but, the other 48-hour notice is we have to give the property owner 48-hour notice of their hearing date. Obviously, we can't do that now, because if the hearing date was tonight, we couldn't give you 48-hour notice of your hearing tonight. That can be overcome by waiver by the property owner and the assessor, but since the assessor didn't know that you were going to object, I'm assuming you guys don't have a prepared case on that property.
I would request that if the waiver is approved, that we would schedule a future date, a future board, because I don't have any preparation for anything outside of the ones that did timely meet the 48-hour requirement.
Yeah. So we would, the board would decide a later date to hold your hearing. And that would likely go for any of the waivers that are granted tonight, I would guess.
Is there, requirements on when they're done by, like a cutoff date?
No, we just have to, it would have to be more than 48 hours out, so we can give 48 hours notice, but whatever day you guys want to reconvene is up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring that up, as long as you brought up the dates. If we have multiple ones now to do this, are we gonna have each individual one's gonna have separate dates, or are we gonna do them all in one night?
No, we
We
can
do
do
them
all in
Do them
one
all in
night.
one night, and
Yeah.
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Anyone second my motion or no?
I will second Chad's motion.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor of approving the waiver for the 48 hours for Lori, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion carries. All right, so we'll have to go through the process of picking a date here tonight probably and sending out notice then to you and, well, to the public as well, since there'll be a second public hearing on this.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you. And
Well-
then you want this all filled out, it's
Yeah,
due today.
tonight you need to fill out the objection to the real property assessment form and then file it with Chris.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
There's a table in the back there in the kitchen area if you want somewhere that's easier to write up.
Did you get her last name?
What was the last name?
Ranka, R-A-N-K-A.
Ranka.
Lori, L-O-R-I. Unless I wrote it down wrong. Lori, just to verify our record's correct, is L-O-R-I, R-A-N-K-A? Okay, I heard you correct, thank you. All right, is there somebody else that wants to speak on the waiver? Is it a waiver? Did you have it filled out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can bring it up.
Okay, sorry.
Are you ready to speak on it? Sure. Okay. You can just go up to the microphone again. All right, it's John O'Brien, as you stated before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's O-B-R-I-E-N.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did I not fill something out right?
No, I'm just looking, I haven't, no. Okay, do you have, I guess, what would be the cause for why you didn't fill out the waiver?
I didn't get the correct address. The stuff was not mailed to the correct address, which is not your guys' fault, but it's the way it's filed through the county, I guess. They have the wrong address on file.
So the tax files had the wrong address for you?
Yeah, everything I have been getting or should be getting, even my tax, letter from last year, never came to me. Now, my bank pays it directly, but I had called to talk to Beth before up front, and she's, happy to give it to you if you come in, but could never figure out what was going on, because when she hands it to me, it has my address on it. But the Sumac, I believe it's Sumac Road, is the address that's on the statement when they send it out.
You've never lived there?
Never lived there.
Have you?
Lived in
I
my
guess
same house for
we don't need to
6
get into
years.
Personal finances and such, but have you checked your credit rating and all that
Yes,
stuff
I
to make
have.
sure they
I
haven't
have, and I've checked, I have
identity theft on you?
I have, whatever that program is where they automatically check that anyways. And
Sure.
nothing on it, and I talked to the county, and the only thing the lady said is, there is an O'Brien that lives there, but it's not me, so who would have changed it? I don't know. They said, well, maybe it went through the mail system, but I wouldn't think the mail system could change your address. I mean, they could change your physical address, but it shouldn't change in the tax through the county. Am I correct or am I incorrect? And I don't know.
We'd have to have the county people.
Yeah,
here
I
to
get
explain
it,
that for
I get
us,
it. So.
How they change their paperwork, but
So when did you find out about this date, this hearing date?
I found out about this I found out about tonight through my neighbor who called me 2 hours ago and said, hey, are you going to the meeting tonight? I said, I got the slip and the meeting's tomorrow. And we said, no, we got a postcard that changed that. It's tonight. I went, I guess I'll make it. What time is it? And so that was 2 hours ago.
so the orange card that she held up before, you didn't get one of
I
those?
have not gotten one of those either.
It's on Sumac. I heard
Yeah,
about that.
whatever the address is, yeah. And I can't, I don't have it in front of me.
Well, hopefully your Amazon packages are still coming to your house.
Yeah, well, no, I'd rather they go somewhere else, but it's another story for another day.
How long has this information had the wrong address?
Had the wrong, where our stuff's going.
Yes.
I'm gonna guess for at least a year now.
You can check.
So since my taxes, I didn't get my taxes last year, my bill, and I came and got one from Beth, who printed one out for me. But before that, I believe I've been getting them.
So you'd been getting them, but now all of a sudden you're not getting them.
Yeah.
Does the assessor have the correct address?
Did you receive the notice of change assessment from us that, I'm assuming we use the county's address, so you have a copy of
I
that?
got this from the front office.
And you requested that from the front
Yep.
office, so, I can look, if you want to give me your parcel number, I
Sure.
can see what mailing address we have currently.
It's 1367-033-000.
Is it 27855 or 65, your address?
855.
I have that, John O'Brien Jr.
Yep.
And the mailing address is South 36 West 27855 Robin Hill Circle.
Okay.
That's not the correct address?
That is my address. That's
That
my
is?
address. So
Okay.
that's where I would have expected this to come, but
Okay, that,
Tax records show that you live on Sheffield in an apartment.
there you go,
102.
Sheffield. I knew that, I'm sorry, it
Not
wasn't
Sumac,
Sumac, it's Sheffield. I apologize. I knew it started with an S.
So you've never lived on Sheffield?
Never left on Sheffield. I love my house, and I've been there since,
That's close to Dairy Queen over off Racine. if you're
oh,
not familiar.
that might be something here, but let's not talk about that right now.
So there is a goof up.
Yeah, I would make a motion to grant the waiver to John O'Brien.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the 48-hour waiver for John O'Brien, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. So we'll probably do the same if, I assume you're not ready to proceed tonight for a hearing?
I guess I don't know what I need for a hearing, but I could, I mean, I have
assume the
pictures, I
assessor,
have,
Sam, you're not either?
it's up to the assessor. If he doesn't have time, then I'm,
I have prepared for the 5 cases that
Right.
timely had filed, so anybody that you're granting the request for the
We'll have to do
waiver,
the same night,
I
then,
would
right?
say just schedule them for another day, and that
That's
would give me
fine.
time to
Just
prepare.
Just want to do due diligence
sure,
and
yeah.
ask.
And
So-
do I get with you, Sam, then, on correct email and everything else, so you can send me, or do I just,
I can send you some information, and
Okay.
I'm assuming, just to clarify with the attorney, if they're filing the objection, I would still have an opportunity to speak with them before, or do we have to go through with the objection? If I can find out that there's information that I can still settle through the open book omitted assessment before the before the hearing on the property?
Yeah, and if you do agree on some sort of amendment, we can take that up during the board, the next board hearing, and they can vote to approve that.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Okay.
you can still talk.
So yes, I'll reach out, I'll give you a copy of my card,
Yeah,
and
once this is
you
done.
can contact me with any information, or we can have a dialogue before the scheduled hearing.
perfect. Thank you, everyone.
He said the county tax records are wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, so I'm just gonna put it on the paperwork here, but right now it's showing, it's locked up. It's showing the city address and apartment, which obviously is not accurate.
And it's on the counties.
That's the county, yeah, I'm on the
Okay.
counties. And 2023 is the same.
Okay.
Nope, 2023 was correct.
It gets switched off.
Something changed in 2024, because 2024 shows that, so as he explained, he didn't get last year's tax bill, and because somehow the county's tax record changed for him. So this has been an issue for a year. All right, folks, who's next that's ready? Come on up to the microphone. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Susan Dregney, D as in David, R-E-G-N-E. I was aware of all the dates and times and stuff. The information I wanted to present came after that time on September 10th, and I emailed and said I just needed to know whether they would address the issue past the time. It's in regard to the fact that at the time it was not an issue for me because I was having my septic tested to see what replacement method I would be needing, and it turned out to be a holding tank. And I know as a realtor of 32 years that holding tanks make it very well, not very, very difficult, but much more difficult to sell a property because of the additional cost for pumping. So that's my only issue is there still any time to address it?
I would point out that, if I remember your email correctly, you recently found out about the septic tank and the holding tank. So the assessments are based on the date of January 1, 2025, so that the assessment would predate anything that you would find with the septic tank. So that could be taken into consideration moving forward, but the assessment that is based on January 1, 2025, at that point, you were not aware of the issue.
No. So I don't know where that leaves me.
I've taken some notes, and it's something that I can look at with the assessment for the following year. So that may be something that I reach out to you to get some further information, but it would not affect the current assessment as of January 1, 2025.
All right, ma'am, so based on that, you're not gonna complete that paperwork, is that accurate?
No, I can come. If it's okay, I'll complete it. I can just give you the
You're welcome to fill out the objection form and request the waiver of the 48 hours. That is completely up to you.
Can I request that?
Yeah, just go back to the microphone. So I guess that's our purpose right now. So
Okay.
you wanna file the objection
Yes,
to your assessment?
yes,
Okay, and so then based on that, you have to get a waiver approved.
correct.
And what's the reasoning again for why you would need a waiver since you didn't submit the paperwork 48 hours ago?
I didn't know. I emailed, I was waiting for a response. I didn't get a response. So I decided I would just come tonight to see what the process was. I mean, I have a copy of the email to Sam, so I'm not objecting to anything other than I was unfamiliar with the process. I did what I thought would be a good process, and maybe I should have called as a follow-up to my email, which I didn't do.
Sam, I guess in your eyes, from the way you explained it, it wouldn't do any good for her to object it right now.
She could object. I do know that I received the email. I don't know about the response necessarily. I've been dealing with several emails from several jurisdictions with other boards of review and open books sessions. The septic issue itself was after January 1, so that in of itself would not affect the January 1 assessment, but she could still request the waiver for an objection to the current property value. That is the way that I look at that, and the board can approve or deny that.
So do you mean objection to the assessment value other than the septic?
No, but I do know that a holding tank brings down the number of people who are willing to buy a property.
Well,
And-
I guess I wanna caution that we don't get into like what would be the hearing purposes and topics here, so.
Well, if we grant the waiver, is she gonna come back for when we set another date? Is what I'm saying, to
Sure.
object?
No, I gotcha.
Or is it just a formality?
No, I assumed I would follow the process that the other two people did and come back.
Well,
Or is that not the question?
So the objection turns into a hearing, kind of like court here, when we get to
Okay.
that point for the other folks who are ready tonight. So, you would end up testifying to what your objection is. Sam will, I guess, testify as far as the assessment goes on how he came to the number that he did for your property, and so it's gonna be quasi like a courtroom in here for those purposes. So if you are wanting to go through all of that to see if he would, if the board and the assessor will change your assessment, then that's what we would be looking for now. So if you're not wanting to go through all that, you just had a question for him, and you don't think it's gonna
Oh,
go through
no,
any further?
I think the estimate is anywhere from 32,000 to 55,000 for me to pay to have this correction.
Right,
But it also means that anyone coming to buy the property is going to devalue my property by a substantial amount. They just don't like to buy properties with holding tanks.
Okay, so I just want to clarify then. So do you want to go through that process if we
Yes.
pick a
Okay.
different night?
Different night.
Okay. Gentlemen?
Just to be clear, the reason that you're requesting the waiver is because you didn't understand the process?
I did not get the information regarding what system I would need as a replacement until September 10th. On September 10th, I sent an email explaining that that is the situation, and I just found out it's going to be a holding tank. And knowing a holding tank influences the value of the property, I just thought it was worth pursuing because I'm going to take a loss both ways.
But you never sent anything to the village clerk, though? It was only to the assessor?
No, I thought that's what the instructions said, to contact the assessor.
Well, maybe for open book, but in order to file a proper notice of intent to object, that can only go to the village clerk.
I did not even look at it that way, so no, I did not.
I think in my eyes, from what I understand from your explanation is, if it's just the septic system that you're worried about, it's null and void in this.
Yes, if it's determined this late in the year that the septic is an issue for it to affect the market value, it would affect the 2026 assessment, which I can make adjustments for in the future. But the current assessment is as of January 1, 2025, which at that point in time, there was no indication that there was a failure of the septic system. So it would not affect the assessment, depending on what information she has. I don't know about her comfort level with the new assessment, or if she has any information to suggest another value outside of just the septic issues.
I guess, did you understand that?
Oh, absolutely. I just know that I am going to be penalized financially when I go to sell. And so whether it affects this tax year or next year, it's okay. I had no knowledge of this until September 10th. Wasn't prepared to deal with it, and I will deal with it for next year if that's more appropriate. But I do believe it has to be on record for any buyer.
Well, I guess I'm looking at it from the standpoint, then I don't see a reason for you to come back and do this now, because I think you're gonna be better off if you appeal next year, come back on the open book, and, because this happened after the assessment that was done, and I don't think it's gonna change that. But it will change your 26 assessment, is that correct? I think you have a good chance of having that changed when you come back for next year's open book. Because this came about after the fact, basically, your septic problem. So it's
Okay.
really not gonna change the assessment, the current assessment. I don't believe. I think it's gonna be a waste of your time and to do that, but I think you'll have a better chance of coming back next year for this reassessment again.
Can I turn the paperwork in advance, or do I have to wait till the process starts
I don't think you have to
again?
turn any paperwork in for the next year's assessment. You just have to come on open book. I don't know if there's a date for that yet or not, Sam, but
Well, there's not an open book date yet. We haven't prepared the notices or the new values for 2026. I do have your email. I'll reach out to you to get some information, and I can adjust the value before the notice goes out for next year. So I'll reach out to you, get some information. Perhaps you can provide me with a copy of the estimate or the quote that you have, and I can take that into consideration when we set the value as of January 1, 2026.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, based on the information, I'm gonna make a motion that we do not grant a waiver in this case.
second that.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of not granting a waiver in this case for Susan, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, we'll move on to the next one. Who else is up? Any folks that need to come up for a waiver?
I guess I'll,
Just come up, give your name and address, please, in the microphone.
My name is James Letizia. My address is S55W22892 Woodside Drive,
How do you spell your last name?
Letizia.
Do you have the paperwork complete?
I do.
Okay, we can take that too then. Alright. Do you have the other document too, or no? You're still working on it?
So I came today with some documentation
James, you can have this one back and keep filling it out. It's not signed and stuff on the bottom yet, so you'll have to do that, yep. So just go to the microphone and then we can talk from there then. Thank you.
So I came today with some documentation to contest my assessment. This is my first time trying to contest an assessment. And I thought with the date of tomorrow changed to today, I thought I was prepared. Obviously, I'm not. I didn't file the thing that I needed to file, the BOR. So long story short, my land alone went up more than double. And my improvement, my property went up almost 30%. And I just thought that was an incredible increase from 2024. And the house is, I inherited the house. I lived on
James,
Woods.
I don't want to cut you off here, but we're getting into kind of the merits of your case, which
Okay.
we're not at that point yet. What we need from you is the reason why you didn't file the notice of intent within 48 hours. Is there a reason for that?
Just that I thought I would come to the meeting instead. I was unaware I needed to file a formal document. I thought I would just show up and come prepared and plead my case and.
What's on the actual documents that are sent out? I know the open book portion's obviously noticed in there, but is this on the documents so that they know that this is coming?
The original notice of changed assessments that were sent out in August did contain information for the Board of Review. We did have the incorrect date of the 18th. So the initial notices were not correct. We did do a mailing of the orange postcards to correct that issue and to let everyone know that the posted date for the first Board of Review was today.
Do you know when those were sent out, the orange cards?
The beginning of last week, I believe. I don't have the exact date, but I know that we were working on them the end of the week before, and they would have been in the mail Monday of last week, I believe.
Yeah, I got mine last week too. All right, board?
So.
Go ahead.
On the form, on the actual assessment form, it has the open book, which I wasn't exactly sure what the open book is. Obviously, I do now. And then it says Board of Review, September 18th. So I'm like, okay, you can call and discuss it, or you can just come to the meeting. And I'm like, okay, I'll get my documents together, get my ducks in a row, and go to the meeting. And here I am, and I didn't file the right document, but that's just lack of knowledge, unfortunately. So I guess I'm asking for mercy for lack of knowledge.
All right, board?
I guess I'll make a motion, we grant a waiver.
What are we basing it on? The only reason I bring that up is so there's no specific definition statutorily for what good cause, what you need to meet the threshold of good cause. But in the Department of Revenue training manual, it does state that good cause needs to be something more than just mistake or excusable neglect. So not knowing, the Department of Revenue's position is not knowing the procedures does not meet good cause. I know this process can be confusing and there's a lot to it, but it falls on the property owner to know what the basic procedures are for board review and to file all the paperwork timely. So generally, the Department of Revenue states that you need something more than just lack of knowledge of the procedure in order to have a waiver like this granted. Obviously, it's up to you guys to make that decision because this is a policy decision up to the board, but I just wanted to give you that guidance that's in our training that we take every year.
James, you said you got the assessment notice, obviously, right? Because you know what your dollar amount is and such.
I did, yes.
Did you come to the open book at all during the time frame that was provided?
I did not.
Okay, why didn't you come to that if you
I
concerned about
work
it?
2 jobs,
Okay,
so I had to take off of work to come here.
okay. Did you reach out to the assessor at all in that time frame, just saying I can't?
No,
make
at that
it?
time, because in this area here, it looks like you can just show up to the Board of Review on September 18th is how I read it.
Okay.
That's,
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to grant the waiver. Is there a second?
Well, based on what our attorney has said, I'm not sure we can do that.
So you're not gonna second it? Just, I'm not going to, but if you want to, you can.
No, I think after listening to our attorney, I said, I don't see any point to it then, because that was my question, was gonna be that if we have sent out the notices and don't go and look at the open book and stuff to try to make
Well,
it.
right, because why I ask is because if there's not a second, then the motion fails and we move on.
Yep.
Okay. So there's not a second to the motion, so that we'll not continue at this point, sir.
so what would my next step be? It would be to contest it next year, or is there any other options I have?
Yeah, you certainly have the ability to contest it next year. And after the meeting, if you want to get with the assessor, or if you want to contact the clerk's office to get more information as to what the procedures are, you can certainly do that. I would also recommend if you, the state puts out a Board of Review training manual or a guidance manual for all property owners. You can Google that, and they come out with a new one every year that'll walk you through all the steps too.
No, I think it's just misleading in the way it's disclosed on the form that's sent out on the assessment. Call to make an appointment if you wish to, otherwise Board of Review, September 18th, 6 to 8. It's just not crystal clear. Yes, maybe I should have done some more homework, but a lot of us here work a lot of hours to try and pay for the houses that we live in now.
There is more detailed instructions at the bottom of the form that talk about the 48 hours and the Board of Review, so.
So other than next year, there's no other option to contest it for this year?
That would be if they're gonna grant the waiver and the objection to be heard. That's up to the Board of Review. We can discuss it next year for the 26th assessment. That's not a problem. Everyone can appeal their assessment on an annual basis or come to the open book for a discussion.
It just feels like once it goes up to that number, it's hard to get it off of that number. I mean, to more than double is an extreme amount in my opinion.
No, I understand that.
All right.
Thank you.
We should make a motion one way or the other. So if the motion to approve,
Okay.
the motion to grant the waiver it died.
Okay.
There should be another,
To deny it.
yeah.
Okay, make a motion to deny.
Second it.
All right, I'll second it. I'll second it. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of denying the motion for the waiver, or the request for the waiver, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? All right. Are there any other folks that need to request a waiver? Okay.
All right, we don't,
Please.
yeah.
As a former technical writer, I think a lot of this time that you've all spent with us has to do with lack of clarity. The pieces are here, but I would very respectfully recommend that this would be reworded a little bit. I would be very happy to offer a service to help with that, because I used to write technical manuals, but at a glance, general information. If you would like to discuss your assessment, there it is, open book. is that a verb, is that a noun? Open book, here's the dates. Please call to make an appointment. Board of Review, is here. And then at the very bottom of it, it says to file an appeal, give no, blah, blah, blah. So very respectfully, I think that to save you time and to maybe make it clear so that it would save you all time for people being kind of not clear on this, is to take a look at how it's written. Just as a very respectful, just based on what I've heard tonight, I thought maybe.
Sure, I appreciate your comments, and we'll take all that under advisement.
Thank you.
I will determine, I don't know who actually completes the form that gets sent out, but we'll look at that for next year.
Thank you.
Let's see, what else are we on to then?
We don't have any waivers to appeal directly to circuit court.
Correct.
I don't believe, unless anyone in the audience says otherwise. We don't have any requests to testify by phone or video or written statement, I don't believe. Is that correct, Chris? We don't have any subpoena requests. So we can proceed to hear the objections. We have 5 scheduled for tonight. You can call them in whichever order you wish.
Where are they all? All right, so you have this, just confirming you have this recording, correct?
Yes, it is being recorded.
All right, can you introduce the first case that we're gonna hear?
Yeah, if you can just read the name of the property owner, the address, the assessed value, the opinion, the property owner's opinion of assessed value, and our level of assessment, please.
All right, this is property owner Kurt and Diana Bauer, S62W22980, Town Line Road. Let's see, assessment shown on the notice was $425,100. The opinion of assessed value, $383,306, and it's 100% of the assessed value.
Okay. All right, Chris, can you swear in all witnesses, both property owner and assessor?
We have is the property owner here for this one? Come on up.
You can sit at the table if it's more comfortable. You don't have to stand the whole entire time. Just make sure the green light's on the microphone. If it's not, just push the little button on the front of it. Thank you.
We're good.
All right, raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, Chris, if you can just put on the record their names and addresses then.
Yes.
Just confirming you're Kurt?
Yes.
Okay.
And basically, how this procedure is going to work is you're going to present your case. The board will have a chance to ask any questions they have of you. The assessor will have a chance to ask any questions he has of you. The assessor will present his case. You will have a chance to ask the assessor questions. The board will also ask the assessor questions if they have any. Once the hearing is closed, there won't be any testimony from anybody else. The board will deliberate and make their determination. Just so you understand kind of what we're looking for as far as a legal standard to overturn an objection, there is a presumption given to the assessment. So 7047 sub 8I, the state grants the presumption of correctness to the assessment. You can overcome that by showing an error in his assessment. In order to do that, you have to present evidence that the board can act on. That it's generally a substantial evidence standard, but the board can only act on evidence presented tonight. So we can't use any outside information that they would have of your property. We can't look things up on our own. You present your case, the assessor presents his case, If they find that you have not overcome the presumption, the board will vote to uphold the assessment. If they find that you have, the board will overturn the assessment and determine the assessed value at whatever the number is that the evidence shows tonight. Does that
Okay,
make
I
sense?
understand.
Okay.
All right, just real quick, just formality wise, if you can give us your full name and address, please.
Yes, Kurt Bauer at S62W22980 Town Line Road in Waukesha.
And then Setzer, whoever's gonna be testifying.
Sam Monroe, 3401 South 113th Street, West Allis, Wisconsin, 53227.
All right. So, sir, do you have any questions on what he's just given you as far as how this will proceed?
Nope, I understand.
All right, if you wanna go ahead, you can.
Sure.
I guess give us your case.
I received the notice of the change in assessment, and then I reached out to Sam, and he was nice enough to email me back the comps that he used to come up with the value for our property. Is that correct, Sam?
I believe that is correct, and I did have one question. Was that the comps that were provided to me are included with your information packet?
Correct.
So the comps that were sent to you were the old comps, so they were 2019 and 2020 sales, so you did not have the newest comps that we had for the property.
Oh,
So that would be one thing that, given that he was looking at the old comparable sheet, I don't know if the board wants to make a motion. I don't know if that's going to change the information that he has, because the information that was provided, I'm seeing that there were 5 properties that sold, and the sales dates are 2020, or 2019. The comparable properties that he is giving is from the same time frame. We are looking at the sales time frame of 2023 and 2024 sales for the January 1, 2025. I don't know if this would be a situation if you would want to hold this over and give him a chance to find more information for the second meeting or not. That would just, wanted to clarify that. I noticed that the information he was providing here was the old comparables from 2020.
All right, so if I understand everything you just said, your office provided him comps, but they're old ones, not the current ones.
They are not the current ones, so if he was basing those off the sales dates that we had, then his information would not be the best at this point in time. So if he's made that decision off of the information that was provided, it may be relevant to give him more time to look at the information or look at more recent comparables.
Okay, do you wanna look at them if we hand them to you, or do you?
I'd like more than just to look at them. I'd like to take a little more time, and maybe I can come back when the board reconvenes down the road here, you know, having that updated information. If not, we'll do it on the fly.
Okay.
So we would do that at the same time we're gonna have some of these other.
Yeah,
same
we
night,
basically would
right?
just adjourn his until the next meeting to hear it that night instead. Is that,
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Does that work?
If the board wants to adjourn, they're able to, yeah.
okay, hearing all that, I guess I'll make a motion to, postpone and adjourn this hearing until the yet to be determined date, for the other hearings that will need to occur.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, so let's move on. All those in favor of adjourning this specific case to the next hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So we will postpone, we'll get you the details, maybe he just gave you some.
Yep.
But we'll get you notice as far as when that next hearing date is.
Great.
Be pretty soon, probably here.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Very good, thank you. All right, similar process, we're gonna have the clerk give us the next case. And then we'll ask if you're here for that hearing that you come forward and you can, again, sit at the table. If you should choose to, otherwise you can stand.
Daniel and Diane Gaynor, S57 West 22280, Stonehenge Court. Assessed value at, assessment at $185,300. Opinion of assessment $246,495.
Are the gainers here?
Yes.
Yes. Come on up, please.
Can I see that?
Yes, you may.
My name-
Hold on, sir.
Yep.
You gave this number, so the total is this.
Oh, okay.
It's confusing because you gave a number that the assessed is lower, so he's actually arguing to raise his assessment. So I don't wanna
Let's
start off wrong.
Let's have him
So-
fill that out and put his opinion of assessed value, because we
Yes, because,
right here, because we
Right.
technically can't
Ah.
proceed without his opinion.
Okay. So you,
Yeah.
just make sure he's got that. Are those numbers in the bottom line there accurate then?
that is my question.
So we need your opinion of assessed value. That is the current assessed value, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was in my letter.
I just need you to fill out that section before we can proceed. So, and then you can explain these other numbers that are down there.
Okay, I was specifically referring to land value.
Yeah.
That's what was stated in the objection.
And we can get into that during the hearing, but we need a total value, your opinion of the total value, right here. So combined land and structure.
Okay,
Total assessed value is 463,900.
Let's try that again. All right.
We'll get it corrected, total assessed value too. Can you give us that number again, Sam? The total assessed is 456?
Yes, the total assessed value is land 185,300, building 278,600, with a total assessed value of 463,900.
All right, Daniel Gaynor, S 57 West 22280 Stonehenge Court. Assessed, shown on notice, 463,900. Opinion of assessed value, 356,500.
All right, if you could swear both parties in,
Yep,
please.
We will do oath. I lost my page. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, if you could just give your name and address, please, just for the record then.
My name is Dan Gaynor, address S57W22280 Stonehenge Court, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 53189, and part of the Wyland Hills subdivision, Lot 12, 1.01 acres.
All right, sir, did you hear what our attorney gave the gentleman prior to you as far as the procedure and how this goes, or do you want me to outline it for you?
Pretty much so. I have a list of things I want to run through, and if it would be contested, I assume someone would ask me a question about it, so.
Okay. All right, so you can give us your information then?
Yes. My wife Diane and I are contesting the village notice of suggested change of assessment as stated in the 2024 assessment.
Our land value was $88,200. The 2025 suggested land value, $185,300. That's a $97,100 increase, which equates to 110%. And if I refer to the understanding the Village of Waukesha market update was sent to me, the final statement was the 2025 average assessment increase is going to be around 41%. And the figure that I just gave you shows an increased difference of 69% on my land value. I checked with the federal government inflation index for property for 2020 through 2025. In response, the reply that the federal government inflation index gave to me that the annual 20 to 2025 index in the United States for property, which I explained to them as a 1.01 acre lot, wooded, was 3.77% per year over that time span. I chose to use 5% over that time span, trying to provide a cushion, and under those circumstances, like I said, the land value of $88,200 with my figures would have gone up $22,000 to $110,200. All right, so not the $185,300, and that is a substantial reduced price, a $75,100 difference that I'm contesting. The 2024 my 2024 real property tax bill from the Village of Waukesha assessed the value at $88,200. 23 taxes paid were $2,891.35. Okay, and that was after the first dollar credit along with the lottery credit. And the 2024 taxes were $29.92.61 after those credits. And that equates to approximately about a 3.5% increase. I did send a letter. I stopped at the village board and I dropped the letter off. But at the time the letter was returned to me, and I was told to bring it with me on tonight. So I do have that letter that was submitted. My concern is the marked increased value, especially in the land assessment. None of the figures that I was able to come up with were able to equate to anything close to what was suggested on the suggested land value submitted to me by the village. So that's why I'm here tonight.
Would you like to submit any of your documents as evidence in the record?
Well, I have the letter.
Do we have a copy of that, or should we?
I do not have a copy of that.
That letter that I submitted here at the office was returned to me and told to be brought with me tonight, so I do have that
Yeah,
letter.
please bring that up. Chris, can you make a few copies of that? We'll give one to the assessor and keep one for our records for the board. Is there anything else that you'd like to present at this time?
No, I just would like to reiterate that I understand the increased value is necessary, but I also understand that with reason and with the property owner's evaluation and the fact that I did check with the federal government inflation index rate for said not my said property, but property in general, that within reason of the 3.77 suggested, I personally, in my evaluation, raised it to 5% per year, which would have taken it up approximately 25%. So that's the position wherein I stand. That I just feel that the stated value of my property was generally way above what I expected.
Does the assessor have any questions of the property owner?
I do. I just wanted to clarify from your original objection form, your federal government yearly price index, the 3.77, is that real estate in general, or is that land and by itself?
That was specifically land.
Okay. And it does, I believe you mentioned that that was from 2020 to 2025, so over the 5-year period, it was suggested to be 3.77%?
Yes, I specifically did ask, when I wrote to the Federal Government Land Evaluation Index, I said specifically what the value of my property was assessed at in 2024. Okay, and I specifically asked for the progressive rate of increase over the time span of 20 to 2025. And I did specifically say I have a 1.01 acre piece of property, and it is a wooded lot.
And just for my clarification, what do you believe is the actual total market value of the property?
The property?
Yes.
I think I'm someplace in the vicinity of probably 375,000 to 400,000.
And that's based on just the real estate information, or the percentage increase that you received from the government index, based on the prior assessment, applying the 3.5% per year or 5% per year, what you're writing out here?
No, it's based on what I consider to be a reasonable adjustment in the property, plus what the other consideration on there was I was looking specifically at the value of the land, but they also did ask for what was the other category listed in the letter there? I don't have it right in front of me.
Sir, did you need a
Personal property.
Did you need a copy of your letter? Do you have one still?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The personal property, this is tangible business personal property, so that the personal property isn't referring to the real estate, the
Correct.
appliances or anything in that nature. And I see that originally you'd filled out the objection to the personal property form as opposed to the real estate, so I could see the confusion on that part. I just wanted to clarify what you believe the actual market value of the property of the home is currently as of January 1.
You're talking about the property value,
The
the
land.
land plus the dwelling?
Yes, sir.
Yes, probably 400,000.
375 to 400 is the range
Yes.
that you were giving me? Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I have a couple. So your federal percentage of 3.77 that you gave us, is that a national number from the feds?
Yes.
Or is that local to our region or to the state?
National number.
Okay, so do you know what a similar number would be for either our county, region, or our state?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know what your assessed value percentage was in 2020?
No, I don't.
Okay. Board, do you have any other questions for the property owner?
Well, do we have comparable sales or prices for that compares to his value? I mean, how do we base this on his,
I have comparable sales that will be part of my presentation. I'm sorry?
Are we gonna hear that yet, or?
Yes.
Yeah,
we-
yes,
so
it's just, yes.
Process-wise,
Okay.
the property owner is gonna testify. The
Right.
assessor can ask questions of the property owner, then we can.
Okay.
If there's other witnesses, that'll be next. If there's no other witnesses, then it'll go to the assessor's presentation on their side of the assessment, and then we can go from
All
there,
right.
so.
I'm sorry, I guess I
No, you're
jumped the
fine.
gun a little bit.
Do you have any, I guess, specific to you then, to Mr. Stigler's question, do you have any comparables that you can show us that would give us numbers similar to what you're presenting for your case?
Just conversations with the neighbors who have indicated that their land value went up somewhat similar to my own, but I mean, I don't have any written statements signed by them.
Right, but comparables as far as like prior sales or anything else that you have as far as documentation to show that your number is more accurate than the assessor's?
I do have access periodically to sales that come through our area, and I would say that the 400,000 is probably pretty comparable.
Okay, but you have nothing that you can present
I
to
have
us,
nothing
guess that's-
written
that's my
here
question
that,
then.
I have nothing that I wrote down.
Okay. Board, any other questions of the property owner?
Just to be clear, you're basing your price increase on a federal basis?
Yes,
As far as
I
what
am.
land, on federal land, the whole country, not just regional?
I felt the best thing to do was to go beyond the state and find out what was happening on a national level, and then apply that national standard, which was 3.77. And I thought, in all fairness, I jacked it up to 5, thinking that that was a reasonable adjustment for the area, and a reasonable adjustment probably for the state of Wisconsin.
Okay.
All right, any additional questions?
So from what I understand, you don't have any documentation of sales or anything within the last year or two as far as comparable to your property?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Okay, the next portion of the procedure then would be, do you have any other witnesses or anybody else that would speak on your behalf that would testify?
No.
Okay. All right, then up next would be the assessor's testimony. Thank you.
What I've just provided to the board is Assessor's Exhibit A and B. Exhibit A is the two-sided property record card containing the assessment data for the subject property. And Exhibit B would be the comparable sales analysis that was used to value the property itself. The subject property sits upon 1.01 acres of ground. It is a two-story colonial built in 1976. It has a kitchen and bath rating of average. It has basic heating. It has a wood-burning fireplace. It's considered a C+ grade in good condition. The above-ground finished square feet is 2,300 square feet. It does show that there is a rec room of 216 square feet in average condition, and it does contain a basement of 1,420 square feet. It has 8 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, 0 half baths, and 3 additional plumbing fixtures. Moving to the second exhibit, the comparable sales analysis. Comp number 1 is West 276, South 4322, Greene County Road. The property sits upon 1.13 acres of ground, is a 2-story colonial home built in 1978 with 7 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. It has a basement of 1,080 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,200. It is a C-plus grade and average condition. That property sold for $415,000 in July of 2024, approximately $188.64 per square foot. Comparable number 2 is West 25, South 4405, Pin Oak Lane. This property sits upon 1.385 acres of ground, is a 2-story colonial built in 1977 with 6 total rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath, centrally heated and air conditioned. It has a basement of 1,144 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,080 square feet. It is a C-plus grade in average condition. That property sold for $411,000 in September of 2023, approximately $197.60 per square foot. Comparable number 3 is South 37, West 27920 Sunny Valley Circle. That property sits upon 1.08 acres of ground, is a 2-story colonial built in 1975 with 8 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. It has a basement of 1,422 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,286 square feet. It's a C-plus grade with average condition. That property sold in August of 2024 for $467,000, approximately $204.29 per square foot. Comparable number 4 is South 56, West 23674 Maplewood Terrace. Property consists of 1.65 acres, is a 2-story colonial home built in 1974 with 8 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath, centrally heated and air conditioned. We're showing that it has 750 square feet of finished basement living area. It does have a metal fireplace. It has a 1,014 square foot basement. The total square feet of living area is 2,856. It is a C-plus grade in very good condition. And that property sold for $655,000 in June of 2023, approximately $311 per square foot. The subject property is currently assessed at $201 per square foot, and we've provided the 4 comparables of similar properties that have sold in the local village jurisdiction. And that concludes the assessor's exhibits.
Okay, sir, you have the opportunity now to ask the assessor questions as he asked you questions earlier. So do you have any for the assessor specifically?
Yes, I just was going to ask, what are the ingredients that you consider as part of the rec room? I do have a finished room in the basement, but it basically is more of an office where, as a athletic coach, part of my career was simply to have a place that I could put trophies or knickknacks or whatever. There's nothing down there like a pool table or a bar or refrigeration or anything of that nature.
So a rec room is going to be not substandard necessarily, but a lower quality finish than the first floor. If we're to be a finished basement, it's going to be commensurate to the first floor. It's also going to have egress through a window or through a door that lets out to the lower level. The rec room can vary in quality, but at the bare minimum, it would be a floor covering, a wall covering, possibly a drop ceiling, something along those lines. But it would not be commensurate to finished living area.
Okay. Oh, I guess that's all I have.
Okay, board, it's your opportunity to ask the assessor questions. Do you know I guess I'll, similar question since he didn't know, what was the percentage for the assessed value in 2020 that we're using as to start from that he used, do you know?
The level of assessment in 2020?
Percentage-wise?
Would that be the percentage of increase or the assessment level?
No, like assessment level.
I don't have that information in front of me. With it being a market update year, I would assume that it would have been around 100%.
Okay.
And what was the figure we're talking about here? It's just, the figure that I gave before was the land, the 1.01 acre. I assume that's what the reference was to in the suggested revision of taxes.
The suggested revision of taxes, I'm afraid I'm not following you.
Okay, well, as stated earlier, the land value was 88,000,
Yes?
okay? So I was assuming the land was the 1.01 acres that existed prior to the home being built.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and from that evaluation of 88,000, I felt it was unreasonable to increase that value to 185,300. I mean, that's, my point of contention is that seems to me to be the objection, or the part which seems to me to be somewhat unreasonable in terms of the suggested tax value.
So the large increase in the land was based on the vacant land sales analysis from vacant land sales from 2023 and 2024. The assessed values of the vacant land sales was approximately 50% of market. So we did make adjustments by neighborhood to raise the land value. What you're contesting here tonight is not only the land value, it's the total value of the property, or the market value as it is with the improvements.
Well, that was not my understanding. What I was led to believe by the information that they were asking for was the land value as stated on my property bill was $88,200.
That was the assessed value of the land for 2024.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and now the assessed value is 185,300.
That is correct. For 2025,
Just
that
for
is
the
the land
land.
value. Yes.
So I'm not looking at the figure you're talking about. What I'm talking about is the value of the underlying 1.01 acres of land. It went from 88,000 to 185,300.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I'm saying that particular figure, 185,000, is too much.
I understand that, but at the Board of Review, the board will be hearing the total value. You cannot pick apart the assessment between land and improvement. We're discussing the total value, which is why I clarified previously my question about what you thought the property was worth itself, which you gave the value estimate of $375,000 to $400,000. So that
Correct.
we're looking at the total assessed value, which is what you're objecting to.
But the information that I was led to believe that was to be reported on, it said to the effect, the land value, that aspect of my total property, dwelling and land, were separated.
They are two components of the total assessed value, and the total assessment should be the market value of the property.
I guess just to clarify from that perspective, you're not contesting the building portion of the assessment.
I did to a minor extent.
Okay, well then you're focusing on the land, but it's both parts then. Because it's the cumulative amount that we have to agree to or to rule on. So it's
I don't
adding
have
those
that
numbers together.
particular letter here, but the specifics that I looked at said the land value, because the reference that I made was to the land value, and then there was another aspect,
The land,
personal property.
the land went from 88,000 to 185,000, which you've already identified. The building went from 237,000 to 278,000. So the cumulative of that is 325,000 previously to 463,000 now. So you're contesting the overall amount. We, as he said, we can't break that off.
I don't understand that, because
But it's
if
that's the
they're
total of
asking
best
for
value.
specifics, if they specifically said, we want to know what Dan Gaynor feels the value of the land is, I looked at 88,000, and I looked at the figure that was on the suggested amount for reevaluation, and that particular figure seemed to me to be excessively high. I would assume that if that amount was adjusted, then the overall adjustment would come off of your figure. I don't understand why a certain aspect can't be objected to.
You can discuss the two components, the land and the improvement value, but the overall determination is the total assessed value. So it was a significant increase to the land, and it was a minor increase to the improvements or the building. So if I understand you correctly, if the land value was lowered, then you would be open to an increase in the improvement value?
No, what I'm saying is that you're telling me that there's a total value that you're looking at.
That's what we have to look at, sir, is the total amount for both the land and the buildings on the land.
Okay,
'Cause
and what?
that's what your total assessed value is both of those combined.
Correct, but one of the ingredients is the specific land value. So
Which
whatever
you've made that clear, right? That's the part you're contesting the most out of this, but you've
Yes.
made that clear.
So that difference, I mean, whatever your figure is, whatever you said the land, if you put down that value of 185,300, and you took off the difference that I'm objecting to, then you'd know where I am.
Which I think we're pretty clear on that at this point.
But that's not what's being explained to me. They're telling me that you won't evaluate the land.
We're evaluating the property overall. There's two parts to that, the land and the buildings on it. So we have to either agree or disagree with the assessed value, which is all of that combined,
Okay.
okay? So are there any other questions for the assessor from the board? So we kind of got off topic there, which is okay, it's still a portion of the hearing here, but we left off with if there's questions of Sam and his testimony or his evidence. Do you have any? Stu?
Sam, do you have any information on 1 lot or 1 acre lot sales at all in the last year or two?
I can say that the analysis that was performed on the vacant land showed that we were significantly, on average, around 50%. I don't have the information in front of me for the vacant land sales itself, but I believe that the previous land values were significantly low compared to market value.
Okay.
And you believe that the comparables presented are appropriate compared to the subject property?
They're similar in size and age and amenities to the subject property, yes.
Thanks.
Well, I would like to have a re-explanation of the beginning of the statement that you made, 50%.
So we looked at open market land sales, vacant land only. The assessments were compared to the sales prices of those sales. The assessments were approximately 50% of the market sales price.
So if we stopped there and said 88,000 divided by 2 is 44,000.
Yes.
But that's far in excess of the difference of 97,000.
So statistically, our vacant land was coming in at 50%. To get it to market, we would have to double the land value.
So if I guess just using other numbers, if the lot was listed at $50,000 in 2020, it should have been assessed at $100,000.
That is correct.
So when you say 50%, that's what you're referring to?
Yes. And
So in your case, if I'm understanding him correctly, and what you're saying, it's $88,000 is what the assessed value was, but the correct amount should have been double that. And that's what he's contending.
That's
with
not what
the
he
assessment.
said, though. That 50% is not 100%.
The
Beginning of
sales
the
price.
statement was the assessed value that they were talking about on open land was 50% of its value. So that 50% is not 100%. If it went up 50% in price, an $88,000 piece of property going up 50% would not be $170,000.
I think you're using the percentages wrong.
I'm just using what he indicated when he talked about open land sales.
Sure. I think you're using those numbers probably backwards.
And you'd have to explain that because,
So he's indicating in 2020, if the assessed value of your property, the land, okay, specifically, was assessed at $50,000, that was 50% of what it should have been. It was at half of what it should have been. So if it was assessed at $50,000, it technically at the time should have been assessed at $100,000. And so the number was half of what it should be. And so that's what he's indicating with his assessment, with his comparables here, and it's pretty close then to those numbers. So if, in your case, you were at $88,000, the assessor is indicating it should have been double that.
but it wasn't.
That's what the corrections are being done with these assessments, is to get those numbers to where they're supposed to be.
And I understand that, but I can't accept the fact that you would say my property was worth $90,000, but it should have been assessed at $180,000, but it wasn't. The reality was that it was assessed at $88,000. Now you're telling me that it should have been assessed at $90,000, and that should have been doubled. And for that reason, you're now telling me in 2025 that I have to pay the penalty for what wasn't assessed to me earlier. I just don't understand the reality of that assessment.
I think what he's saying is the land value of your property was underassessed for roughly 5 years, and now with the market adjustment, it has been brought up to what 100% of the market value is, which in the assessor's opinion is $185,000 for the land.
And what is that percentage? I went to what I consider to be a reasonable evaluation.
So I guess to that point, hold on, sir. What is the, I guess, total assessed value then? Is that listed at 100% market value for this property?
The total assessed value is $463,900, and the assumed ratio level of assessment is 100 from the market update.
Okay.
And Mr. Gaynor, we heard your evidence, and the board will consider your evidence, and we heard the assessor's evidence, and the board will consider and weigh that evidence as well to determine what they believe is the most appropriate for your property.
All right, so based on that, for the assessor, do you have any additional evidence or anything else to state as far as your portion of this?
We've provided 4 comparable sales. They're similar style, similar age, similar amenities to the subject property. The subject property is assessed at $201 per square foot. The comparable sales range from $188 to $311 per square foot. We feel it's a fair and equitable assessment for the subject property.
Okay. Sir, do you have anything else as far as a brief summary that you'd like to provide?
No, I just appreciate your consideration.
Okay. All right, if you've both summarized and you have no further testimony, then we'll close the testimony, and that allows the board then to deliberate in open session on all the evidence and testimony provided.
So if you would like, I can walk us through the Department of Revenue findings of fact and decision worksheet that may spur some discussion.
Did you guys both have one so you can see it?
What's that?
This one? Do you have one?
Yeah, that's
This one, yes.
Yeah, and that's just our motion. I have
Yeah, I just want to make
a,
sure that they saw it, they have one to look
part
at.
of the worksheet. Oh, I can give you both.
Yeah, let me try to pull up the decision.
What's that? It's got a decision with a motion and such. Do you have one of those so you can see it?
This is the whole packet. Right here. What, I didn't, because I had to fill out the rest of it. You want the whole packet?
Yeah. So what we can do is start in section C, move to the determinations. The first two sections will be filled out by Chris. So do we have testimony as to what the estimate level of assessment is in the village of Waukesha for 2025?
That was 100%.
All right, does the board find that there was a recent sale of the subject property?
Of the subject property, no, it was not sold.
All right, then that moves us to number 3. Does the board find that there are recent sales of comparable properties?
Did you get one of these, Bobs, you're looking to?
I'm not sure what you're.
We're on
looking at.
page 3,
Page 3.
under determination, under C.
Yep.
So we're now at the bottom under number 3.
All right,
So that says, the Board of Review finds that there are recent sales of comparable properties, yes or no?
yes.
Stu?
Yes, I believe so.
Did the property owner present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area?
No.
No?
Did the assessor present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area?
Yes.
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 Do you believe that the assessor's comparable properties were satisfactorily adjusted as to their attributes for the differences between the subject property and their contribution to value? That would be in the
Yes.
worksheet that he
I believe
provided.
yes.
Okay.
Stu, you agree? Yes?
I would say yes.
For D?
I would say yes, agree.
And so would you guys rely on all or some of the comparable properties presented by the assessor?
Yes,
All of them?
yes.
No, I'd say at least the 1, 2, and 3. They're the closest to it.
Well, they're the closest, but the last one is even higher, so I guess I don't know that that would be relevant. If it had been lower, it might have
Right.
been different, but.
Well, 2 out of the 3 are lower, and, well, yeah, it's too low and too
pretty-
high.
They're close enough in my book.
Right.
I think they average out to be pretty comparable.
Yes.
Are there any other factors that you think should be considered? I would say generally for this section, what the Department of Revenue recommends, what they're looking for is if we had to go to Tier 3 evidence, which was not presented today. We are relying on Tier 2 evidence, which is sales of comparable properties. So usually for a situation like this, the answer to E would be no, but if you guys think that there are any other factors you want to consider, you're welcome to include those as well.
Well, E would be comps 1 through 4, right?
Well, yeah, sorry. I misspoke. I meant section 4 there.
Yeah.
If not, we could mark no and move to the decision.
Okay. So no?
No?
All right, so now we can entertain a motion. If your motion is to uphold the assessment, section D1 provides language for the motion. You can include that in any of the relevant bullet points below D1. If you want to find in favor of the property owner, we'd move to section 2, and you can use the language listed under that section.
read those?
Pretty much, I guess.
Okay. All right, so I will move, as it states, exercising its judgment and discretion pursuant to Wisconsin statute 70.479A. The Board of Review by majority and roll call vote hereby determines that the assessor's valuation is correct. So that's what- right?
Yeah, and you can include any of the other bullet points you think are appropriate.
Okay, so the assessor's evaluation is correct, that the assessor presented evidence of fair market value of the subject property using assessed methods to conform to statutory requirements which are outlined in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. That the property owner did not present sufficient evidence to rebut the presumption of correctness granted by the law to the assessor. And that the assessor's valuation is reasonable in light of all the relevant evidence and sustains the same valuation as set by the assessor.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor?
We'll do a roll call vote for
Sorry,
this.
yep, you're right, thank you. Roll call vote?
Stigler,
Aye.
Niles,
Aye.
Buckles.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Chris, are you going to hand this to the property owner tonight, or are you going to mail it out at a later date?
I have his complete, the notice of board of review determination. That's what I give him?
Yep.
Yep, I have that completed.
But a copy of this too, or no?
No, doesn't need a copy of this, just a copy of that. We will, if you'll come up here, we'll hand you a copy.
Anything else gotta be signed on
Oh,
it?
I suppose I should go get a copy.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get you a copy. If you don't agree with the determination, you obviously have the right to appeal. There are some options for appeal listed on the bottom of that paper.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And this one will be, that hearing will be set for the next date.
Yeah, we'll have to second. Do we have to sign, approve the waiver?
I think we did for her already. Yeah.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah,
the
that's
first one.
sweet. That's approved.
Yeah. Yep. So, we can call the next hearing if we're ready.
All right, can we just, take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure, yeah, not a
It's been a
problem.
long time.
Take a recess.
Who's up next, just so that they know?
Mary Harlow.
Are you gonna be still proceeding?
I'm getting a drink of water.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take 5 minutes real quick. There's water back in that room right there behind you.
Yeah, sure. The kids are at their first Brewers game tonight.
Are they?
Yeah, unfortunately I had to miss it. I won tickets at a golf outing like 2 weeks ago. And they've become big Brewers fans over 30 years. But over the last, like, yeah, I know. Figured if they don't become fans this year, they never will. But, Yeah, they started watching some baseball games. I should tell them, like, you guys are spoiled. My basement, my whole childhood. Well, not my dad. The Brian Braun, Prince Fielder days, they were pretty good. Yeah, yeah, I hope they're having fun. They were mostly excited about the city. Yeah, yeah, sure. Hi, Nate.
How was your trip? Good. It was fun. You left things around? I didn't see anything. Did you get over there? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was 5 minutes.
We've been going for over 2 hours already.
Get your more on it.
We got 1, 2, I think we got 3 more.
I don't know how many left.
I think technically we've got 3 more scheduled tonight. We'll see if they all stick around. Hopefully they go a little more quicker than others. What's that? Yeah. I feel, like I said before, because it's not the most straightforward process, but that's not on us to figure it out. Yeah.
Right, yeah, so there was no indication.
Yeah.
Observation, not a criticism, but when you have this kind of homeowners slash consumers on the road, a lot of things that you were saying were, meaning, short people that was in the city, that were in the city. But I was broken, I was trying to hear reading transaction prices, which would speak to where we are. In other words, you said of these 7 comps of the years from 23 to 24, and then you said there was $3 million in total sales. But if had, put in there the median transaction price, we would know more about where we're at. I know right where you're at, yeah, sure. That kind of stuff. No, I understand, I was just going, okay, that means how much, you know?
Right, well, the information. They probably don't waste their time. Is actual statistics from the ratio study, and a lot of people, unless you're in that line of
So
work.
you weren't in triple A.
That was just the raw numbers, the value sales that sold for 2024, compared, the sales price was compared to the assessment, and then statistically as a group, those were the statistics that came out, so, I understand your point.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fair year.
Sure.
Things are actually looking good.
There are several phone calls.
And then I those are 4 years, I know the opposite. Right. I've seen market corrections, I've seen market corrections, I can't, like, they included us. Idaho, right, they were gonna include us, upside down places. I had to have my townhouse, I was gonna go to bed then, so for me to sell this at current market value, I have to come to $1,200,000. I could've annexed into there, just to make up my job. They redo the map. But the highs and lows there, California, so look at that. Better with legal than that. Well, I know the reason I'm here.
Quite a bit different. I did, there were a lot of reassessments this year, full revals. So like, the city of Pewaukee, I think we had 6 or 7 days of hearings. Oh, really? And in the city of Kenosha, this year, we had 6 days of hearings, full days, because they had so many objections. Now, Kenosha's a different animal, because they've got, it's mostly commercial stuff. So it's just even more nebulous than, at least these are relatively straightforward. It's a house, we've got sales of similar houses, we can address it that way.
Yeah.
Commercial properties are mostly fair, they've got that huge snap-on facility. They've got all kinds of properties that you can't even really find government, especially not in the area, so those get tricky, but yeah, it was a busy board review here this year.
Oh, I know, oh, yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of municipalities ended up in the same spot because the market has changed so much in 5 years. They're way under that 90% and they have to get back in line.
Yeah, we talked.
Sorry.
We need to go to, I forget, John mentioned, I think you did the last meeting. There's,
I did.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
they can do every year.
Take out the, take out the.
As long as we don't have this. Yes. Well, let's figure that out later.
For, yeah, we could move that to the next year.
I don't, I'm trying to think which house yours is.
No, that's fine. You're good. All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back in session then. So let's see. Clerk, if you could read off the next case.
Mary Parlow at S 53 West 24747 Glendale Road. Property assessment total of $291,100. The opinion of the assessment is $185,100.
291000?
291100.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 185,100 was the opinion.
Okay. All right, swearing in.
You ready, Sam? All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Did you say I do as well?
Yes.
Sorry, I was reading something under. Okay, if you could just state your names for the record, please, and addresses.
It's Mary Parlow, South 53, West 24747 Glendale Road in Waukesha.
Okay. Obviously, you've been watching along, so familiar with the process a little bit. Do you need any clarification on anything as far as how this is going to go?
Don't think so.
Okay. Then we'll open up the floor to you. You can give evidence, testimony to what you're objecting to.
So I was wondering if I could make a correction to my objected form and change the my opinion of the assessed value.
Okay.
Is that possible? I'd like to change it to $234,900. When I received this letter of instruction on Friday, it said that I just had to come in on Monday to provide an oral or written notice of intent. And when I did, Chris said, no, I need to have the objection form in on Monday. And so then I didn't have time to get all of my evidence together, and so that's why I put that down, just to get the form in so I can be here tonight.
Okay, so the assessed value is $425,100 that you're contesting, and now you're stating that the total assessed value, in your opinion, is $234,900?
Correct.
Okay.
But the assessed value is $291. Is
I was
that
gonna
what you
say,
said?
a correction, the total assessed value currently is $291,100 for land and building.
Where did you give me, you gave me 420, you said 425,100.
291,100 is the assessment.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I did say that. 234,900 is what she wants to change it to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. It's the wrong
Okay.
night, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Looking at the wrong
Okay.
numbers. So 291,100, and now you're saying,
234,900.
all right, I wrote on the wrong page.
Okay.
234,900. Okay. Sorry for throwing everybody off. Very good.
That's okay.
My fault.
So, my main objection is the value of the land. So I was able to get a couple of comparable properties. The assessor has assessed the value of the land at $47,000 an acre, and I think a more comparable value would be about $36,000 an acre. And so that's what the reduction is from the assessed value. And I have my comparables, if you want me to pass them.
Please.
Just show you where
Do you have enough copies, or do we need to make some?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take one, thank you.
Can I have our packet? This is the other one. This is the
Oh, that was the confusion.
Screw me up here.
So the first one is about 3 miles from my home, and none of these are near railroad tracks, so the real challenge with my property is it's right next to the railroad tracks, and the big negative part of that is the horn, the train horn, and that's why I feel that the value is lower than the assessed value, because none of the values that were comparable are around a railroad track. And, but these are lots. And so the one closest to my house is about 37,000. And then, if you go down the small farm road, lots are about a mile from I-43. And the newest, sale in 2025 was about 36,000. And then there's one, in Lisbon, that's right on, I-64 or 164, and that's coming in at 36,000. And if you add, a random assortment of different lots, the median price is about 36,000, and so that's where I came up with that value.
Can you explain to us why you believe these specific properties that you're listed here are comparable to your property? And I guess secondarily, did you make any adjustments for the features, unique features to your property as compared to the comparables that you presented?
Yeah, well, there are no unique features to my property. It used to be part of a farm property, and so the house is on a mowed lawn, but the rest of the property was part of a pasture. So it's just overgrown, there's nothing, there isn't any, it's not a wooded lot, it's not, I do have a 1-acre garden on there that a nonprofit group uses to grow produce for the Hope Center. So it is used agriculturally, that one acre, and so they've been using that for about 4 years. But other than that, there's no real improvements to the property, and these are lots that, undeveloped lots.
Is your property in a subdivision?
No.
Are these in a subdivision? I would,
The Holiday
that they were,
Hill, most of these are in a subdivision, yes.
okay.
I'm sorry, did you say how many acres yours is?
3.06.
Okay. Sam, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, that's it.
Okay, Sam?
Yes, with the comparable sales that you provided, were these all listed on the open market?
Yes.
They were available to purchase, and they're all similar use to,
Yes.
they're all residential
Yeah,
properties?
all
There's
residential
no
properties.
farm ground or
Mhm.
anything along those lines? And your only point of contention for the assessment is just the land value itself?
That's correct.
I will mention, and this will be some information that I have, I do have a question. I do notice that we have the condition, desirability, and utility rating for the property listed as fair. I was looking at your objection notice, and I believe, if I could find, just a minute, please. The overall condition of the property, I believe, on your objection form, you were referring to the comparable property across the street, more economical to burn down and rebuild. Is the property is it inhabitable, or
No,
is it?
no. Well, the property, I thought there was a property of similar age that was right across the street. It was part of a farm property, so is it on a big, 100 acres or so. But it was more economical for them to level that property and rebuild than remodel. And my point is, when you have these old properties, it is very expensive to remodel. And so when you sell it, most likely, someone's gonna tear it down and rebuild.
Okay, well, I just wanted to clarify, because I knew that I had solved the dimension to more economical to burn down, but that's not in reference to your
No,
property. That
no.
was the comparable across
Right,
the
that
street.
was the comparable.
But the subject home, or the property that you own, do you live there?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and it is, it's a sound home, it's not dilapidated
But it's an
at
old
all.
home.
It's
Like,
in
the
condition.
basement is not really usable. It's a
Okay.
fieldstone basement, except for the addition that we made.
Okay,
But, it's an old home.
okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, board questions?
I don't think so. I don't think I have anything.
Bob? Okay. I don't either at this point. Do you have any witnesses to speak on your behalf?
No.
Providing testimony or evidence?
No.
Okay. Then we can move on to the assessor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so she typed this out ahead of time. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
What I've just provided to the Board of Review is the subject property record card, two-sided, with containing the assessment information for the subject property, and also comparable sales analysis containing, with the comparable sales that were used to evaluate the property, or the value of the home. The subject property consists of 3.06 acres of ground. There is a 1981 pole barn with 4 sides open that's listed as a D grade in good condition. The subject property is a farmhouse built in 1880. It currently has a kitchen and bath rating of average. The heating type is centrally heated and air conditioned. is listed as a C grade in fair condition. The above-ground finished square footage is 1,777 square feet. We are showing that there is a 300 square foot rec room in the basement, and it does contain 1,144 square feet of basement area. The subject property has 6 total rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 0 half baths, and 2 additional plumbing fixtures. Moving to the second exhibit, provided the comparable sales. Comparable number 1 is South 36, West 26608, Genesi Road. The property contains .472 acres of ground, is a 2-story farmhouse built in 1860, contains 7 rooms, 4 bedrooms, 1 full bath, no half baths, is basic heating system. It has a total of 854 square feet of basement space. The total square feet of living area is 1,526 square feet. It is a C grade in fair condition. And that property sold in February of 2024 for $196,900, approximately $129 per square foot. Comparable number 2 is South 31 W23465 Sunset Drive. This property contains .554 acres of ground. It is a 2-story farmhouse built in 1900. It contains 7 rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, no half baths, is centrally heated and air conditioned. It has 700 square feet of basement area. The total square feet of living area is 1,801 square feet. It is a C+ grade in average condition, and that property sold in October of 2024 for $275,000, approximately $152.69 per square foot. The comp number 3 is West 272, South 4360, Lila Court. This property is a 2-story farmhouse. It contains 1.36 acres of ground. It is built in 1900. It has 5 total bedrooms, 2 full baths, no half baths. It has a basic heating system. The basement area is 1,512 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,772 square feet. It is a C grade in average condition, and that property sold for $390,000 in December of 2024, approximately $140.69 per square foot. Comparable number 4 is West 254, South 4336, Oakdale Drive. This property consists of 1.014 acres of ground, is a 2-story farmhouse built in 1906, containing 5 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. It contains a basement of 1,403 square feet. It has a total square feet living area of 2,806. It is a B- grade in good condition, and that property sold in July of 2024 for $551,500, approximately $196 per square foot. The subject property is currently assessed at $163.85 per square foot, and that concludes the assessor's exhibit.
All right, do you have any questions for the assessor with what he's provided?
Two questions. So, were any of these properties by railroad tracks with the horn?
I do not have that information. If there's a note, let me see that there's yours has the location, it is fair for the railroad tracks. I don't see any other adjustments or notes for adjustments.
And the last time I was assessed, I asked the assessor, because it's so hard to find a comparable property with the age of my property and the location, is if they could find a newer property by railroad tracks and find that same age property a mile away and compare the two to see what the difference, if there was be a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And they did that last time, and then they agreed with by not making any changes. When I asked if you would do that, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that assessment. So if I could have time, I could try to do that assessment and bring that information, but I just didn't have time to find comparable properties.
Okay, the comparables that we've selected are similar in age and size, and the locations may vary. I do notice that they are in different assessment neighborhoods, but I don't have any notations of anything directly next to the railroad track. So these are the best comparables that we have based on the size and the age and the amenities of the subject property.
It's very loud.
Is the railroad tracks touching the side of your property?
Yes,
Okay, so like the back lot line or something?
yes. And if the horn can be silenced, if the village would have any ability, I would totally agree with this assessment. But it's very loud. And they're very frequent. They're much more frequent than when we purchased the house. And that's why I think it would be hard to find people that would be willing to buy that house.
Okay.
Is this the, like where the crossing is on Glendale, just west of 164?
Yeah, we're,
Tracks run up the west side of her
Yep.
house.
I was gonna say, when there was gates coming down, they'd be in her front lawn.
Yeah. Okay.
which are fine, the gates are fine, it's the horn.
Well, but that's what, to your question, though, that's what changes, the horn requirements is the type of gates for the intersection. So we'd have to put in the full installation in this style that cannot be driven past at all
Oh, okay.
in order to get that horn waiver. Okay, do you have any other questions for the assessor?
I do not.
All right, board, do you have any?
Not really, no.
Well, I got one quick, you're talking about the railroad track, is that tied into this and is mentioned on this at all, or
So-
is that taken into consideration?
Yes, we do have an adjustment on the condition desire and utility, the CDU rating. It is listed as fair, and if you look in, just below that on the comparable sales sheet, it does say note field 1, the fair condition equals location for the railroad track.
Okay, so you've already made some type of an adjustment for that.
The condition, the CDU is a factor that we use for the condition of the property and the desirability of the property. Setting that to a fair, the note here says that it is a fair because of the location of the railroad track. So that has been taken into consideration on the subject property.
Okay, so I guess based on that, then, if you were to say increase this to an average or a good, what would what do you think the difference would be in the assessed value based on that?
I don't have the information in front of me to make that calculation. If it was changed to an average, the improvement value would increase. If I had to ballpark, I would say roughly about 15%.
So that's, if my calculator is correct, about 22,000 more that it, based on your rough estimate there, that it would increase by.
Yes.
Ma'am, I guess to that point, then, he is indicating there already is notations related to the train factor that you're bringing up, that, because you said before that he wasn't, but it's already noted in here.
Well, I
That there is a-
noted that the comparable properties weren't by the train tracks.
Sure.
In my last assessment, they had that same notation, but they were still, after they compared a property by a tracks next to the similar property away from the tracks, they agreed that the value did not change. So even though they had it assessed at higher, but they lowered the assessment after that comparison. And I don't remember what that was. You might have it in your records in 2000, I think.
I'm sorry, the what?
So I think it was in 2000 that there was an assessment done and it was raised, and then.
In 2000?
I think so.
I don't have records that go
Okay.
back that far with me.
Do you look for properties, I guess, in that circumstance? Because that's a little unique here compared to most, that
So
you're trying to find comparables. Is that, because that's noted as one of your factors?
the comparables are based more on the size, the style, the age of the home, and the amenities. The downward adjustment for the condition or the CDU rating would be the adjustment for the location. It could be lowered more depending on how much of an impact of value that we believe that the location with the being next to the railroad track would be, but we have made an adjustment down on the desirability of the property.
Sure.
How much does it go down on this property for the railroad? Maybe I'm missing it.
Well, that's what you said, right? He estimated it'd be about 15% more.
I believe the difference between the fair rating and the average would be approximately 15%.
Or about $22,000. That it would go up by, if that rating was changed.
If the railroad wasn't there.
Or the horn was silenced.
Well, I guess they'll kind of go hand in hand, but, I mean, I'm not so sure that everybody go along with just the horn. The train itself is not
Right.
really enticing. I guess I would look at this and say that I wouldn't buy that house. Nothing personal, but I mean, I hear the train and I'm 3 miles away from it, and I still hear that. Not that I don't mind it, it's kind of soothing at midnight, but.
At 3:22 a.m.
Your alarm clock?
But if I'm not living next door to it, I guess that's different, you know, because she is right on top.
Right on top
It's just
of it.
my point is, it's hard to compare that, even though you take an adjustment, when you really live next to it and it is that loud, it's hard to just think that it's slightly reduced compared to these other properties that aren't near there. That's all. It's just.
Oh, I understand, yes.
Yeah.
So you have CDU rating for comp 2 and 3 of average, for comp 4 of good.
Mhm.
And is that whatever the percentage changes, is that reflected in the adjusted sales price in your comparable chart here?
I believe that it is. The condition rating, the CDU, comparable number 1 is fair, comps 2 and 3 are average, and comp number 4 is good. That would be reflected in the overall base price of the improvement value.
Your comparison that you submitted to us, that's all just lots?
Yeah,
They're not, okay.
because
Not built on.
I'm only contesting the land value.
Yeah, okay. Who's there first, the tracks or the house?
I would say the land was
It
there
said what
first.
was there, the tracks or the house?
The
Can I put it
house,
there?
the tracks were built after the house was there.
Well, they've been there ever since I lived there. What year they put it?
Do you have the sheet, her sheet still, the,
Which sheet?
no, I think it's the bottom one there. Yeah,
This one?
no, her, yeah, thank you. All right, sorry. Do you have any other questions for the
No.
assessor? Do you guys? All right.
No.
All right, do you have anything additional you would like to provide based on?
No,
Okay. Sam?
I have nothing further at this time.
All right, would you like to give a brief summary of your case?
sure. I think the land value it's valued too high based on the location near the railroad tracks and based on just lots in the area. I just am asking that you'd reduce the acreage to 36,000 per acre from 47,000 per acre.
Sam, do you have anything else you'd like to add? Just a brief summary?
We have provided 4 comparables to the subject property. We feel that they are somewhat similar, similar enough to use to value the subject property. We have made an adjustment to the condition of desirability and utility factor for the property for the location next to the railroad track, and I believe that the assessment is equitable and fair.
Okay. This just popped in my head, I apologize, it's kind of out of order for this, but, comparables, are we allowed to use comparables outside of the village?
You can
Legally?
use comparables
That's
outside
okay?
of the village, yes.
All right, I only asked because majority of hers were, so that's why I just wanted to ask the question that way. Okay, if there's nothing further to present, then we will close the testimony and go into the deliberation phase. So similar to the last one, going to page 3 in the packet, under determinations. The assessor's estimated level of assessment of the municipality has been determined to be. It was discussed in the previous one, not in this one specifically, but 100%. Would you guys agree?
What question do you want to know again?
Huh?
Page 3 again?
Page 3, determinations, number 1.
Yes.
100%? Okay, number 2, the board finds that there was a recent sale of the subject property, yes or no?
No.
Of the property in question?
No.
No.
So then we skip to 3, correct?
Yep.
The Board of Review finds that there are recent sales of comparable properties, yes or no?
I would say no.
I gotta say no there also.
Okay. If yes,
Just to be clear, you're saying that no recent sales were presented by either side of comparable properties? Not this property, but comparable properties? I mean, we had the 4 presented by the assessor. and then-
I understand that, and I agree with the house part of it, but I guess as far as the saleability of the house, where it is, I don't think it's you can't find another, you gotta find another house, in my opinion, located next to a railroad track. These
So-
other 3 are not in that same situation. The houses are simple, I'm sure of that. They're
So-
comparable, but the location's gotta have something bearing on this, doesn't it?
I understand your point, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. There were.
I gotta stop doing that, huh?
No, that's all right. I know where you're going, though.
I think I know where you're going to then. So basically,
I agree, there was exhibits.
there are comparables in the fact that they are similar size, age of the building, and similar size of the land.
Okay, then I gotta say yes.
So they were comparables from that perspective. Outside factors are a separate topic.
Okay,
Right?
I gotta stop. jumping
Yes.
the gun here.
Yeah, and then,
Okay.
so below that, so the property owner presented testimony of the recent sales of comparable properties, sub A, and then you can go further into sub B, whether you think they were adjusted properly for their differences compared to the subject property. And then I think we might have a little more discussion for sub
Right.
B.
Yep.
But I
Okay.
think they were presented, it just, we'll later discuss how we want to weigh them.
So for A, did the property owner present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area? Yes.
Yes.
If yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution to the value? I'd say no, in part because she indicated that she'd have to do research and find other properties that would be butting up against train tracks. I guess both sides presented comparables, but neither side's comparables had anything touching train track properties, other than where the assessor indicated that it was already noted in the adjustments, but comparables didn't have that. Would you agree?
I agree no on that one.
Bob?
No.
All right, so then the next is the assessor portion. Did the assessor present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area? Yes?
Yes.
If yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution to value?
Can I say no now?
No.
You can say whatever you want. So
All right.
were there any properties presented that you were basing your determination on?
Okay, rephrase that and.
So we have comparables proposed by both parties. From what I understand, you guys don't believe that the attributes were adjusted properly by either party. Is that where we're headed with that?
I don't know what you're saying, because she said she can't find properties by railroad tracks. I mean, I agree with that.
Right, she presented 7 empty lots.
Mhm.
There weren't any adjustments made, other than she just presented the sales price and what the acreage and the sales dates were. So I think, checking no on the proper adjustment is appropriate. I think the question we should deliberate on more in depth is whether or not you think the adjustments were made properly by the assessor. I'm getting the sense you don't believe that they were.
No, I think
He didn't have anything by railroad tracks
less
either.
is not, I don't think that's fair, I'm sorry. But I'm just thinking if I had to own that property, I think 22,000 is not enough.
And I think that's a reasonable opinion. Unfortunately, we gotta base it on something. So
Well,
what?
what are you saying, we gotta base it on comparable sales somewhere else,
Well,
the railroad tracks going next to their house?
So what the board can't do is find our own number in between these two. The Department of Revenue has been pretty clear, we can't come up with our own, we're not an assessing body, so we can't come up with an assessment for the property. As you know, and as I stated before, the assumption, the presumption resides with the assessor. So we have to find something that would override that, find some sort of error in his assessment. If you do find that there was an error, then we're gonna have to make a determination based on the evidence presented as far as if we're going to find a different value other than the assessed value, we would have to base that off of something. So, I guess the only other number I can come up with based on what was presented is that 15%. The assessor states that he has already made the adjustments. If you don't believe that the adjustments were proper or enough, then do you think the 15, I guess maybe you could work off that 15% number, because that's the only other evidence that we have. I would caution us
How do you
picking.
say work it off? You just said that we can't do that, though, I thought.
We
can't adjust it.
We can find a number based on the evidence that was presented. What we can't do is say, I feel like it should be more than 22%, $22,000, so I think it should be, if we're just picking 50 or whatever. We can't do that, but if you wanna find that there was, that another 15% is appropriate, that number was presented as evidence. So I think we could base our assessment off of that. That's the only other evidence that I can.
So, just looking at, I guess, numbers to things here, and you said we can't come up with a new number, we have to find a way to adjust this, so maybe I'm not tracking you exactly, but she's not contesting the building portion of this, which is $148,200. The total that's proposed on the assessed side is what, $291,100. So if you subtract those two, the difference of that is $142,900.
So then if you were to take the average of the 7 properties she's saying is her comparables, and then you multiply that by the number of acres that she has, because hers are by acreage, not by total cost, that's another 106,331. So if you add the building part to what she's using as comparables, that number is still higher than what she's indicating her opinion is. Her opinion is 234,900. If you use her comparables, well, again, with the averages multiplied by the acreage that she has, and then add that to the building part that she's not contesting, she proposes 234,900, but doing that math, that's 249,231. So it's still higher than what she's saying that it is. So I can't make up that number, right?
Well,
But-
you got to it through the evidence presented, so I don't think that's inappropriate to come up with that number. I guess the angle that I was going is if you think that the value of the land should be reduced by 15%, you could take whatever the value of the land minus 15%, add that to the value of the structure, and come up with that number. But my only issue with the number you came up with
Yep.
is we have already determined that she didn't properly
Correct.
adjust
Yeah,
for
I'm
her
just
comparables.
seeing where that lines up, I guess, from
Sure.
that perspective, so. Yeah, I'm not saying that's the number I would propose if that was even a possibility. I'm just trying to math this out somehow to get a better idea on it. Okay, so then if you're saying 15%, just doing math again on this from that perspective, the assessed land value is 142,900. And if you took 15% off of that, that's 21,435. So then, with the 15% reduction beyond what's already been reduced, with the fair labeling to it, that would make the land value 121,465 for 15% as we're discussing from that perspective.
And that gives us a total of 269,600, roughly.
Oops. Yeah, it'd be 264,365. So, Bob, to your point, I guess, if you feel that the land portion needs to decrease, and if we use the 15% that was discussed of where it's already been reduced by 15%, then that would take it down to 264,365 compared to 291,1.
That's, we can do that part though. I thought 15 was already done and we can't do it again, but you're doing it again now?
Well, if you're finding that
Explain that to me.
If you determine that another 15% reduction is appropriate, then I think you can justify that number.
Oh,
But if you find that
I thought that's what I started to say, but I guess not. I'm confused as to how the formulation works here, but we're
I'm just
getting to
saying-
the same place, I think, here, but.
Right,
you
I'm
guys
just
wrote
saying
a
we
different
can't
route.
just pick a number, but at least.
No, I agree with
you know,
that. I didn't know that's what you thought I did, but I didn't really. I'm trying to get a formulation here, like you said, we have to do it by what the state requires and I wanna do that, but.
Now, if you find that that the adjustment was already appropriately made, then I think you probably have to find for the assessed value at 291,100. But if the board determines that there should have been a further adjustment, I think that.
I guess that's what I was trying to get at, is that.
Okay, and I guess my point is the 15% is the only real number that we have to work with.
Okay.
Based on what was presented.
Well, I think that's gonna get us to where I'm trying to get to. Just a different way of doing it, but that's fine. However, the results come out the same, so.
Took 15% off of the assessed land value, which becomes 121,465. The building, the improvements portion. And 42,900?
48.2.
Oh, I have too many numbers written down, hold on. Math isn't mathing now.
What'd you have, Chris? 121 what? Okay.
Plus the building is 148,200.
All right, so the adjusted number is slightly higher than what I gave, so we're going up in dollar amount then. So the assessed building portion is 148,2. I used the other number twice. So if you took 15% off the land, which was 142,9, and made that 121,465, add the building 148,200, then the total value at that point with that reduction is 269,665.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, going back, comparables, do we feel that 1 through 4 are proper as comparables for building and land? Because that,
On the assessors, you mean?
yes. So the assessor gave us 4 comparables. Do you feel that those are appropriate as far as, again, land and building for comparables?
We have to include the land?
Not external factors that we're all talking about, but land and
Okay,
building.
yes, I guess they gotta say yes.
So are those proper or reasonable comparables from that perspective?
Mhm.
Okay, so not outside factors, the number presented by the assessor would be appropriate.
Without the adjustment.
Without external
Okay.
factors that we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay, so then, I guess getting back to what Luke is saying, then like, is 15% enough of a reduction for being along the tracks, because it's already been adjusted for?
Mhm.
So in the long run, she's getting 30%.
Well, it's not a true 30%, because the numbers we're talking about was taking 15% off the land, not the total assessed value. We're not reducing the building, what we just discussed was not reducing the building assessment, it was just a land assessment based on the location, but looking at the comparables, the fact that it's already been downgraded from what would be either good or average to fair based on the location, it's there, it's already been adjusted for. Personally, I know I'm walking around all these numbers and things, but I don't see that we have anything to say that that is or isn't enough, so I don't know how that we overturn it and say that we have to give it something else. Personally. I understand the concerns and I don't discount those at all, because to your point, Bob, before from where I am, I can hear the tracks that are up off of Merrill Hills, or the bypass, and I'm a mile plus away from those, but it's not the same.
It's not the same.
But it's already been adjusted for. So is that adjustment enough?
If you want, I can read what the CDU rating definitions are in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. They provide 8 of them: excellent, very good, good, average, fair, poor, very poor, unsound. So the definition for fair, which is what the property is listed at currently, is market deterioration, but quite unstable, rather unattractive and undesirable. The next step down would be poor, which is definite deterioration, is obvious, definitely undesirable, and barely usable. So essentially what you're saying is you think if you find that it needs further reduction, you're stating that the CDU rating should not have been fair, it should have been something lesser, poor, very poor.
And by that definition, shouldn't it be living that?
Say that again?
By that definition, it shouldn't be somebody living there then, for what poor is.
You know, you guys are talking, that means the building itself.
Right.
The building is fine.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking
But
about.
it's not just building, because it says desirability as part of that.
Yeah, it relates to the property as a whole, as I understand it.
I can clarify if I can add.
Sure.
To the conversation. So it is the condition, the desirability, and the utility. So it is something that we use for an adjustment. So you may have a fair condition property that's in a nicer neighborhood that may have an average rating. So it's not something that is a direct representation of the depreciation or the physical condition of the property. The desirability is a large portion of that. So if it's a nice home in a blighted neighborhood, then it could be in very good condition, but it may be an average or a fair desirability wise. So
your neighbors are bringing you down.
Yes, exactly. So if there's an external condition that influences it one way or the other, you can raise that or lower that, but the desirability is taken into consideration with the utility and the physical condition through the CDU rating, so.
So the desirability here is the noisy neighbors already bringing her down.
Yes.
That comes through multiple times a day.
Yeah, included in fair is rather undesirable. That's the term that they use. Next
What
step.
is average? Because you went down, but what's one up?
Average
is next one up, correct?
Yeah,
Fair?
it kind of uses its own name in the definition, but average desirability is what they is
Thanks.
Yeah.
I cleared it
But
up.
going down poor is definitely undesirable. So they leave it up to you guys to kind of
I
put
agree
the weight
with
on
Bob.
that.
I keep saying that, and I keep
I
telling
agree
you,
with
we keep
Bob. I
going
wouldn't
back
want to live
again.
next to it.
We keep spinning our wheels here. I thought we already agreed that we could go down 15% underneath what that was, and we're not gonna do that now?
It wasn't agreed to, it was being discussed,
Well,
but
Yeah.
there's three of us, so.
Yeah, we haven't moved to the motion part yet, but yeah, we're deliberating that.
So you're saying it should be poor.
I'm not saying anything.
He's
That's not
Don't put words in his mouth.
That's not my decision to make.
I mean,
I'm just
that
explaining
might
to
be
you what
more
this-
accurate.
I'm just explaining to you what's in the assessment manual. You guys make that determination.
Okay, so I guess we've had a pretty good discussion on it, so let's go back to our sheet we have to complete. So, under assessor for letter D, if yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution for the assessor's portion? Do you feel it's a yes or a no? And do we have to have votes for this?
We don't have to have votes for
Because
this.
we have to check it off on the sheet, that's why I'm asking, so.
Yeah, this is more of an exercise to walk us through it. Nothing is, we
Yeah,
don't have
till
an
the motion.
official vote until we get to the motion, yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to actually check off these answers.
I mean, it would be helpful for the
Right.
record.
Okay, well, there's two saying yes and one saying no, I guess, so, or no, two saying no and one saying yes.
And we can mark that if you want to,
Sure.
have something a little more informative than just a yes or no.
we're
So,
supposed to fill this out?
well, she is. She's doing it as part of the record. So,
I'm already about two behind here.
all right, so based on that, then, list the properties and values that the Board of Review relies on to make its determinations as to fair market value.
Take a step back to D, Chad.
Yeah.
Does that include the 15% that's
So-
already taken off?
So the question is,
The
based on the
original.
assessor's portion, do you feel the attributes that the assessor used satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from her property to the other properties, or to the value?
So what you've been discussing, I would say you're saying no, because you're putting a larger weight on the railroad tracks than what the assessor did.
Okay.
From what your discussion is.
Okay.
So that's where I'm saying that if we have to answer that question, if we were having to, I would say yes, and you both are saying no.
Okay.
List of properties and values that the Board of Review relies on. So for the last one, we used the comps that were provided. And we're still using the same to make some of these determinations, correct? Or are you not using any of the above?
No, I'm using them, I think.
Okay, so both
Correct.
that she provided and the assessor provided? Or no?
I guess, yes.
Stu, would you agree? We're using both sets of comps?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then the Board of Review finds that the assessment should be based on other factors, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If yes, list the factors the Board of Review relies on to make its determination as to fair market value.
Proximity to train tracks?
Yep.
Noisy neighbors?
And what's the most credible evidence presented?
Location of railroad tracks.
Yeah,
They're-
testimony from the property
Right.
owner, probably.
Oh, is that
That
like-
they're touching her property? Okay, so based on that, then moving on to the bottom of page 4, there's a decision that somebody can make a motion for either number 1, which is we're agreeing with the assessed, or the proposed assessment, or number 2, where there's a motion being made that, based on the discussion, your judgment and discretion, as you can see there, that we're disagreeing with the assessment, and then labeling the bullet points that you would put in your motion. Like I did the last time. I already know how the vote's gonna go, so one of you guys can make your motion.
All right, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Number 2,
Okay.
that the assessor's valuation is incorrect. The property must present sufficient evidence to rebut the presumption of correctness granted by law to the assessor. Property owner's valuation is reasonable in light of the relevant evidence that the full value of the property is, and then the numbers we got here.
The numbers I presented?
Is that what you put in there, the original assessment?
And then hereby sets the new assessment at.
Yeah.
No, so the full value of the property would be what the board's determining the value is.
Oh, okay.
The other two come into play if the assessment level is less than 100%.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the 4th bullet point that says that the full value of the property is, Bob, in his motion, would give those numbers.
Yep. So we,
Okay, so Bob, those numbers to help you.
260.
The land is 121,465. Improvements is 148,200, totaling 269,665.
and we'll round that to 269,600. We can't have the, anything less than the hundreds, otherwise it'll screw up our assessment roll.
Okay, so 269,600.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, all right. So the 121 has to be 460.
It'd be 400.
Yeah.
Be 421,400
400, yes.
and 148,200. All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I will second Bob's motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion as made, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, I'll say nay.
Okay, so motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to roll call vote that. Bob?
Aye.
I'll say nay. Stu?
Aye.
Okay. I think we already had that already, but technically do it the roll call route. All right, so motion passes. It's been adjusted.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Are you Mark? I am. You're Mark? Okay, that looks like it's next turn to file, so.
My next?
That looks like it. Who are you, sir?
Quad. K-Roll.
Okay. Looks like you'll be next after that.
Sounds good.
All right.
We need to wait for Chris?
No, she's just gonna give us some paperwork. You can sit down. That's fine. We'll keep things moving that way. All right, so he's up next, your top one over there, so you can call that one when you're ready.
Mark Pazorski?
Yes.
All right, S57 West 23040 Marcel Drive. Your total assessed value is $864,100. Your opinion of assessed value is $710,000 even.
Okay, swearing in.
Oh. All right, Sam. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. If you could just state your name and address, please.
Mark Pazorski, address is S57W23040 Marcel Drive, Waukesha, 53189.
Very good. You've obviously been witness to the last couple, so I assume you're pretty familiar with the program now. Do you have any questions on process?
Not process, just methodology.
Okay. Of the assessment or of?
Of the assessment.
Okay, you'll have the opportunity to ask him questions at that
Very
point
good.
then. Okay, so, order of events then, it'd be up to you now. You can provide testimony and any evidence you have
Okay.
to come to your number.
Yeah, I gave a brief summation, and there's two items I'd like to add, but I live on a street that has 15 homes. Of the 15 homes, 3 of them are ranches. Mine is the least impressive. So it's just this little one-story, wood-sided, single-family. It's a non-custom builder side, wood-sided ranch, no brick whatsoever. The land includes an environmental corridor, which limits the use of it. And I'm not sure what that is by definition within the village, but we'll get to that. It has the original roof, which is 28 years old. You don't need to know what those look like when they're 28 years old, and also been through the recent hailstorms. There's a partial basement only. It's a low ceiling. It's a crawl space in certain areas under the bedrooms, and it's unimproved, which also was a factor in 2016 when I bought it, for the seller admitted that people wanted full-size basements and improved basements. The garage that was built as a second garage is only 19 feet deep. Previous owner built it for sports cars, and it fits nothing else. Original gutters need replacing, original skylights need replacing. The garage floors are all crumbled concrete, they need replacing. I mean, it's terrible, even though the guy worked in concrete. Original 1997 landscaping is tired, it needs to be redone. It's kind of hard to actually admit some of this stuff. Exterior painting is due again, and it's a high maintenance wood. Woodpeckers love it more than anyone else. The reason I'm here tonight is I saw this increase, which, you know, I hate to say it, but I've lived in zip codes where we lost 41% in 5 years, so that's even worse. And I saw this and I said, well, I hope that I'm not being compared to these other beautiful brick two-story homes that are on the same exact development in which I live. And I therefore question the methodology as to how this was determined. I'm a little bit, you know, frightened by the things recently where a fertilizer or a landscaping guy will give you an estimate based on a satellite view. They're doing roof estimates now based on a satellite view. I'd like to know how my home was assessed. And I heard the words earlier of a drive-by. I don't know if that means that there was an evaluation beyond, you know, visualization. I don't know if photographs were taken. I don't know if a narrative was written, those types of things. Because I'm here to represent my property and nothing else. So, and then on top of which, the environmental corridor, which is outlined here in a couple surveys, I only have one copy, it's from 1997, states from the previous owner said that this is basically a protected area. Well, that makes up 2 acres of my property, meaning don't mess with the trees, don't do anything else. And last thing that doesn't appear on here is recently my northern lot line was sold as a development that I guess is gonna be 45 new homes adjacent to Big Bend Road. And so I bought for privacy reasons. I came from a very populated area on the West Coast, and I actually wanted to be out in the country. So my value in this property was the privacy itself and, you know, things like that. So I'm here for your consideration. I did come up with a number, and that would include if I would bring my property up to spec at this point in time, where you not only have the curb appeal, but if somebody were to come in there as a proposed buyer or prospective buyer, that they would actually not see any negatives or neglect. So that's how I came up with the number of 710.
Okay. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Sam? You have questions?
Yes, I was looking here, I believe as part of your information packet, you had provided the 2016 appraisal.
Right.
And that was from your, is that when you purchased the property?
Yeah, I actually paid $60,000 over appraisal because I was strapped for finding a home.
Okay.
I had sold my home in California.
And was there, so I'm looking at, was there a reason behind the appraisal being submitted? Basically, with it being 2016, it's 9 years old, so I didn't know if you were looking at.
That's the only one I have.
Okay, but are you using that as the basis of your new value?
Yeah,
or-
and also the parameter that I did pay over. So even neighbors, it's kind of a subjective thing, but neighbors even told me that I paid too much for the property. You know, those kinds of things back then. But I was strapped. I mean, I paid a premium even when premiums weren't being paid.
And just so I'm clear, the appraisal and the objection form was all of the information that you'd submitted? I'm not overlooking anything?
Correct, and except for this is the only addition, which is showing that 2 acres of my land is an environmental corridor.
The environmental corridor, okay.
And then the sale of the property on my north lot line.
And when you purchased the property in 2017, or 2016, the conservatory, the land use was already established, so that was something that you did not establish or didn't happen after you purchased it. It was already in place before you purchased the property?
But not disclosed.
But not disclosed at the time that you purchased. Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, board, do you have any questions for the homeowner?
I do not.
No, I do not either at this point.
Bob, I'll just pause a second, let Stu see the packet, because he's been referencing it, but we haven't seen like the assessed, or the appraised value and stuff there, your report, so. Although I guess we can continue and you can ask questions in a little bit if you need to, when you see that. Okay, so if there's no other questions for you at this moment, do you have any other witnesses or Anybody else to present?
No,
on
but
this?
if anybody wants to see what these environmental corridors look like specifically on my property, I can pass this around.
You can pass it around. Is that just a single copy, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just,
It's an old document.
sure, you can start at the end and pass it around, that's fine.
Over here?
Sure. Either way. Well, yeah, start on that side.
Thank you.
And I think the last two of us should get some credit for waiting this long. I'm just kidding.
Just so I'm clear, what are you stating the environmental corridor is? Is that like an unclassified, unbuildable portion of your land?
It's, the most definitions will call it in the state of Wisconsin, something that you should not disturb, you should not build on it, you should not put man-made structures on it, or use it for anything other than a natural setting.
And are you saying that it is currently assessed as residential land,
Yes,
and therefore it should be valued less?
yes.
Okay.
I definitely would build on it. I would put a pole barn or something to that, if, you know, if I could, but I'm not going to. I don't screw up environment.
Well, there's ordinances you're not allowed to, so.
Yeah.
Thanks. We've already had other residents, we have to deal with that and that, then
Yeah.
complaints called in. How much of the lot is in this? Do you know? In the environmental?
It's about 2 acres of 2.25 of 3.47.
Okay, so your total lot is 347?
Yeah, and that's basically what I mow.
And what is that 2.25 acres currently used for?
Nothing. It's for mosquitoes and West Nile virus and Lyme disease.
Agriculture.
And Lyme disease, and I have deer every morning, and I have raccoons every night, and 2 owls, and I sleep with my windows open. Now, I actually went in there as early as March and still got ticks. You know, there's snow, and the ticks are going, there's some heat, you know?
Yep. Yeah, they're out and about all year long.
Yeah, so it precludes me from doing anything right now.
I think even the ticks are hiding from the mosquitoes right now.
I don't know why he created them, capital H. But as we know, Earth is not heaven.
Are you done with the packets too, so Bob can look at it? All right. Okay, based on that then, I think we can move on, further discussion here, but, Sam, go ahead with your portion.
Okay.
Do you need copies of these? For the record? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so what I've just provided to the board is the assessor's exhibits, the 2-sided property record card for the subject property containing the assessment information, and the sales comparables provided for the market analysis. The subject property contains 3.47, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I guess I did. You might have to still Luke's then, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sorry.
I was trying to figure out how I came up with an extra copy there.
Very well, carry on.
So the subject property sits upon 3.47 acres of ground. It is listed as a 1-story ranch home built in 1996. We have it listed as a kitchen and bath rating of average. The heating type is centrally heated and air conditioned. We are showing that there is a metal insert fireplace. It is listed as an A+ grade in very good condition. And the first floor is 2,757 square feet. with approximately 1,576 square feet of basement area. It contains 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths, no half baths, and 2 additional plumbing fixtures. Comparable number 1 is West 232, South 5930 Charles Drive. That property contains 3.85 acres of ground, is a 1-story ranch home built in 1997. It has 8 total rooms, 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. There is approximately 1,412 square feet of finished basement area. There is a wood-burning fireplace. The basement is approximately 2,105 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 3,517 square feet. It is an A grade in good condition, and that property sold for $795,000 in May of 2024. Comparable number 2 is West 252, South 5248 Sage Road. This property contains 1.08 acres of ground, is a 1-story ranch home built in 2004, has a total of 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, 1 half bath, centrally heated and air conditioned. It has a finished basement living area of 2,089 square feet. It has 2 metal insert fireplaces. The basement square footage is 3,064 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 5,153 square feet, including the basement. The grade is A. The condition is average. That property sold for $849,900 in July of 2024 for $849,900, or approximately $277.38 per square foot. Comparable number 3 is South 52 West 25051 Sage Court. The property contains 1.059 acres of ground, is a 1-story ranch home built in 2003, has a total of 6 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths, no half baths, is centrally heated and air conditioned. We're showing that this property has approximately 360 square feet of rec room finish in the lower level. It is listed as having a metal insert fireplace. The basement the basement size is 2,456 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,456 square feet. It is a B-plus home in good condition, and that property sold for $597,499 in March of 2023, approximately $243.28 per square foot. Comparable number 4 is South 37 West 23110 Moyer Way. This property contains 1.59 acres of ground. It is a 1-story ranch home built in 2017. It is 8 total rooms, 4 bedrooms total, 3 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. The finished basement area is 1,930 square feet. The basement square footage is 2,536 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 4,466 square feet. The grade is a B+. The condition is average. And that property sold in February of 2023 for $865,000, approximately $341.09 per square foot. The subject property did sell in 2016, as previously mentioned, for $509,000, and we are currently assessed at $864,100. And that concludes the assessor's exhibit.
All right, sir, you can ask questions of him.
So on comp number 4, it shows that the usable square footage is 4,466.
That is correct.
And the sales price was 865. Mine's at 2,700, and my assessment is 864.
You're looking at the assessed value of the property?
No,
or-
adjusted sales price,
The adjusted sales price is 734,000 for comparable number 4, yes.
adjusted, but the actual sales price was, okay.
Yes, so it sold for
This one
800.
lost value as soon as they bought it?
No. So the market approach, what we're looking at, it was purchased for 865,000, but through the comparable process, the adjustments that were made, the adjusted sales price for that property, when it's made comparable to your property, is a negative adjustment to $734,000. So in consideration of the condition, the size, the grade, any other attributes that we make adjustments for, it is a downward adjustment from 865,000, which was the actual sales price, to an adjusted sales price of $734,000. It's considered to be a superior home to your property.
But yet it's sold for $865.
Yes,
And mine is assessed now for $864.
that is correct.
It's almost half the size.
That is correct.
This is the hit that I'm talking about. This is the thing where I see a discrepancy because, you know, these other ones, I'm looking at the numbers at the bottom of the column and I'm going, okay, that makes sense. Okay, the 5153 of usable, square footage. And then I get to mine and I just don't, the column doesn't, if you saw the house, it'd be different. If you saw the roof, it'd be different. And I don't know if you have photos of my house or anything like that, but other than that cover photo thing.
The photo that you're showing is the photo that's on the property record card.
Yeah, and that's from 2006. It's been a long time since it was that color.
Let's see if I have a date on that photo.
I think. Anyway, it could be anything.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
getting
showing
back
the
to these
data there.
getting back to these hard numbers, if I go to the comp number 4 and I drive past it, I can tell you right now that I'm gonna go, okay, that's impressive. You're not gonna get that at my house. It's just not that house. It's just a ranch, And the basement is concrete.
The basement is concrete, there's no
My
finish
basement is
in the
concrete.
basement?
It's the color gray and it's really shitty and small. It doesn't smell good either.
Okay, we are not. I'm taking a look there. We are not showing that there's any finish in the basement area for your home. It is an unfinished basement.
Mine?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just concrete and it's really small. It's the size of this room. And where the bedrooms are, there's a crawl space.
Okay.
Which you can do nothing with except throw rat traps in, really far.
I may have misheard you before, I apologize, out of order for this, but you do have a basement.
I have a basement. It's a partial basement. It's
Yeah.
a low basement. It's unfinished. And that's
And
under,
then you have crawl
that's
space
under like the
beyond that.
family room, like
Yeah.
this would be right here.
Okay.
So if the bedrooms are, it's a ranch, it's flat.
So the 1,576 square feet listed for basement is basement, not crawl space?
Yes.
Okay, that's, I was gonna ask you that before I forgot, sorry. Carry on.
I'm not sure, actually, from that, because it's just, I don't know how they calculate that. But there's crawl space that comes off the basement. So you're walking along and all of a sudden, underneath the bedrooms, which is all of them, there's an area that starts at about 4 feet up the wall, and it goes to the ceiling,
So the sketch on the back of the property record card, on the opposite side of the photo, is a sketch of the home. And the central portion is the 1,576 square feet that is listed as one-story frame over basement. The crawl space that I believe you're referring to is to the right-hand side of the photo, or of the sketch, which would be the area of 992 square feet. We are showing that there's no basement under that portion, so
And also the one that says B, going to the north, if you will?
Yes.
That's all crawl space too.
Yes, we're not showing that. The total basement area for the property is 1,576, so it's the central portion of the sketch.
Okay, I get it.
The portion to the right of sketch
Yeah.
is 992 square feet, is listed as crawl space.
Right.
And the little portion that juts out in the north, or the upper left
Right.
of the rear of the property
crawl space.
is crawl space as well too. So, and we base our dimensions off of the exterior of the home. We don't we don't measure the rooms or the finished area on the interior. We go from corner to corner on the exterior of the property to calculate those. And typically, with this being built in 1996, it's been a while, but if we were to pick that up for new construction, we pull most of our information from the building plans, that are issued whenever the permits come out for the home to be built. We could also do a walk around on the property to verify those measurements to make sure that nothing has changed or that the information is correct.
Okay. What is this where, in this photo, right above the photo? The column second from the left, at the bottom it says market value is 815.
Yes, so the cost approach, there's two approaches to value that we can use. There's the market approach and the cost approach. The cost approach is the cost to reproduce the structure with all the amenities as a brand new, less depreciation for the age. The market approach is the comparable sales that the weighted market is 832,200 for your property. The market is 815,500 for your property. We're using the market modified cost approach at 864,100. So the MRA is a multiple regression analysis, which it takes a look at sales in general. They may not be similar in comparable sales.
Well, based
but
on
it looks
that,
at-
it's clearly over market.
Well, that's the market approach that we're
Right.
calculating.
But it's clearly
from the
over
comparables.
market.
Yes. Well, I
And
can't
if-
say that the
again,
assessed
one-
overall, but
and-
it's
And
over the
again,
market
once you
approach.
factor in the issues that I brought up stating condition, that's what would bring it down to my reality.
Well, we do have it listed in a very good condition and an A+ grade.
Based on what? Were you there?
That's the last time that the property was visited. So
By
we
whom?
haven't done an inspection on the property.
When was that done? So
I'm
I think
looking
that's
to
why I
see.
showed up
Hold
here
on,
tonight.
let him answer your question.
Okay.
Give me a second.
The last entrance information was 2016, September of 2016.
Somebody came there? Or went around the property?
Sales form received, it looks like it was looked at from the exterior in 2010.
Exterior.
And then in 2016, it's listed as an entry as the sale form received. So it looks like it was a questionnaire. They looked at the property from the exterior.
Again, exterior.
To the sale.
Exterior both times, all right. So nobody came in my property. I was there in September 2016, so nobody's been in the house in 9 years.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. No, it needs updating. I mean, this is not Sub-Zero granite, Viking. This is not that house.
Oh, I understand. And typically, the way that this process works, this is something that I could have taken into consideration through the open book process, or through something outside of the board of review.
I was late.
No, I understand that, but I'm
And I'm
just,
not
I'm
gonna
just
state the
allowing.
reasons why, but I was late.
I'm just giving you the information that once we get to the board of review, I'm not allowed to impeach my assessment. I have to defend my assessment. So based on the information that we have of the very good condition and the A+ quality, that's what we're using to value the home there. It may differ, but I cannot impeach my assessment or negotiate at this point in time.
Okay. And negotiated is why I showed up, so.
No, I understand. The open book is there's more leeway at the open book for me to be able to
Didn't know
verify
that.
information. And-
Never been through this, so I didn't know that.
No, and that's fine, that's fine. Also, through the open book, we can do an interior inspection at your request
So
as
going
well.
forward, it was fixed before I got here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Going forward, if I ever were to consider doing this again, it was pretty much fixed before I got here because I didn't do the open book or anything.
At this point, the value is set from the assessor side unless you can provide market information to dispute the value.
So if I
Through the
sold
open
it
book, we
tomorrow,
could take a look at.
Pure
where-
market is if I sold it tomorrow, then you'd reconsider.
I would not, because the assessment is as of January 1, 2025. So as of now, the assessment is what the assessment is, unless
Okay.
you can refute that with market information.
But to your point, I think if you were to sell it tomorrow for 700.
Then it would be pure
next
market value.
year's, that's pure market
That's what
value now,
market
but
is.
next year's assessment.
What you can sell, we
could
talked
change.
about it before. It's what you can get for anything and the time you have to sell it. And clearly, my house right now is not staged for sale. It needs too many things.
Do you have any photos for any of that?
No. I mean, a concrete basement that's.
No, of like, because you said
A
there's
29-year-old
woodpeckers and
roof.
such?
What?
You said there's woodpeckers pecking at the siding and
Yeah.
stuff like that? Do you have any
I'm
photos of that?
replacing siding all the time. In lieu of shooting them.
Okay. I guess my point though is you don't have evidence by bringing pictures of that to us tonight.
No, I could.
Okay.
No, I didn't think so, because we all know if it was built in 96 now, what a 29-year-old roof would look like. That's been through 6 black walnut trees and all of its droppings and everything else. The gutters are perforated from the acid that comes off the trees. I mean, there's all these things that are scheduled for repairing eventually, but not, when I get the money, I will do it.
I guess, because you asked questions about moving forward in the future, if you were to do this again, that would be things that probably.
Meaning show up here?
Yeah.
No.
Like if.
No, because I don't, what you
No,
just
my
stated
point
was,
is
by the
evident-
time you get here, it's too late to change the now.
Sir, my point is if you bring those, that's further evidence to show what you're saying, the condition of the property.
Oh, there's still a chance?
No, I'm saying, because you asked before about moving into the future, if you were to go through this process again, bring that additional evidence showing the things that you're telling
Right,
us. Because
right.
right now, all we have is your word that there's
Correct.
woodpeckers hitting your house.
But
and-
more importantly for me, I needed to know that there wasn't an inspection done of my home. So it's my responsibility to provide that evidence. This number was come up with without inspection of my home.
That, you are correct. We have not done an interior inspection on the property.
Or exterior, other than possibly driving by. I mean, you don't have photos recently of my home, right?
I do not, no.
Okay. Then to me, it's that same thing that you're asking for photos. There's no photos saying that it's worth $864. That's my point. You may not see my point, but.
I'm not saying I don't see your point. I guess the point I was trying to make, or how our process works tonight, is we have to determine, based on the evidence you provide, that his numbers are inaccurate.
Okay.
And so if you brought those photos, that would help prove his number's inaccurate based on your statement.
Okay. So did I provide enough evidence to?
Well, I can't give you that because we gotta continue with the thing here and then figure that out at the end.
Okay. All right.
So, do you have any further questions for the assessor?
No, I'm pretty much educated now.
Okay. For the board then, do you have any questions for the assessor?
No.
Sam, can you address the land issue that he brought up in the beginning as far as the classification?
So we have the property, all 3.47 acres listed as primary site, and it's being valued as residential. And there, I see no adjustment for the conservation portion or the unusable portion of the land.
Okay, so I guess that was one of my things I was gonna bring up. If it's environmental corridor, that's not necessarily in residential at that point, because you can't build on it, correct?
That's correct.
So he can't put in a building, as he mentioned earlier.
That is correct.
So would you normally, if that's listed in there, make an adjustment for that?
I would make an adjustment, or you could classify a portion of that property as a different type of.
Change the land value?
To undeveloped or something along those lines.
Sure,
That can,
or
is not
forest?
usable. Yes.
Okay, so,
That was the 2.25 that I put on the form, the original form. The objection, if you will.
okay, so right now we have 3.47
Total.
acres listed as residential, but realistically, 2.25 of that is forest.
Right.
Unusable forest. With the remaining being residential.
Yes.
Do we have confirmation of that, this environmental corridor claim?
Can we, you said before, we can't look things up, can we? Because that's on GIS's website.
right?
Yeah, I mean, we aren't allowed to bring in
Right.
outside evidence as the.
Can you have
trier of
testimony from
fact.
one of us to say that that's true?
Well, he
Not
did,
from
he
us,
showed
no.
us. Well, but, can you show us your map again, or your drawings there?
Sure.
I guess I glanced them, but I didn't, are those certified, or do they?
Do you have any dispute to that?
I think they
I
were.
mean, do you have any issue with that being labeled environmental corridor? Do you have any of that information or not?
From the map, whenever I looked at it briefly earlier, it looks like it is legitimate.
Looks like
And
it's
I looked at it from the
certified.
GIS, it is tree covered,
So
and
when this big thing
it is
comes
something
through
that I've
here,
taken into
I'm-
consideration for
Hold on,
other
he's trying to talk.
homeowners, if they can provide information that
Okay.
it's not buildable, then it does diminish the land value.
Okay, thank you.
So if I'm, Stu, maybe you can come shed some light on this, looking at this together. How do you know the difference of what's on this? Cause I don't see like a clear delineation.
It should
Except
be labeled,
there's,
it should be labeled as wetland corridor.
well, it says it on the neighboring property, but, and there's just like a line, but it doesn't.
If you look at the other piece, it might show it. Show it on the back corner.
This is property, it's right here. If you look. there's a line for that.
If you look at this photo, and you look right above my roof, that's where it starts.
So this line here.
Yeah,
So-
that doesn't help us determine that, just to verify it though, cause that's just a picture of the house.
I think it's this line right here.
No, it's a picture of the woods with a house in front of it.
It goes like that.
You're missing my point.
Actually, this is the corridor.
Okay, so then,
From this line,
yeah,
going this way, is,
no. Cause this would be his house based on,
as I said, this is residential.
Yeah.
This would be the corridor, going
Yeah.
from that line that way.
okay.
Oh, you know what, there is a way.
From the lot line to the north would be the corridor.
All right, so Sam, what kind of an adjustment would you make if this was adjusted for being environmental versus residential? We talked on the last case as far as the reduction of 15% for the railroad tracks. What would be the similar for this?
I would look at making an adjustment to the usable portion, the buildable portion, as being the primary site, and I would most likely classify the ground as undeveloped or apply an influence for restrictions, that it's not buildable. How I would come up with that, I would take a look at the portion that is usable versus the unusable portion and make a deduction on that. I would not say that the ground is worthless necessarily, but I would put a minimum value on the additional acres that are restricted.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, does the property assessment manual for undeveloped lists, I think it says in the statute, to 50% of full market value? Does that sound accurate?
That's approximately correct of similar land sales for the area, yes.
Okay.
Which we don't have for that, right? Because it's specific to that type of land.
So it's 50% of land sales, so I wouldn't use vacant lots in a subdivision if you're looking at something that's a lot versus an unplatted lot. But we do have an undeveloped rate that's established, and I can tell you what that is.
Okay.
Give me just a moment.
I'll try to do correct math this time, unlike the last one. It's getting late.
It's interesting that you do it this way because when you leave, your work is done. In other words, taking it to a separate meeting later, is a whole different, I agree with your format.
It's not our format, it's the state's. We don't have a choice, really. We're just doing what the state tells us to do.
No, but when only 5 people show up.
Oh, sure.
This wasn't.
So for the neighborhood that the subject property resides within, the 1 acre of undeveloped land is assessed at $49,140 per acre.
40 what?
49,140 per acre for that neighborhood.
Okay. I thought we had to round to 100s.
That's the rate that's applied to the
Okay.
acreage. So the actual, it would be assessed at 49,100, but that is the base rate that we're using. So the rounding comes in at the assessed value.
All right, so in this case, well, I guess we're not at that point for figuring this stuff out. We're still in the testimony phase and such. Okay, Sam, when was the last drive-by for this? Do you have listed?
The last drive-by I'm showing is the 2016, is the last date of entry. We don't have any notes that we'd been out to the property for any inspections for permits. And that's the last time that we have any type of an exterior inspection.
Okay, so I guess I could have asked this before, looking at the differences for the other prior hearings, but on your second exhibit with the comparables, the far left column is what you have for this property, but those numbers and ratings and stuff are from 2016, correct? Or are you using the same numbers and ratings?
So, on the comparable sheets?
Yeah, so if
the
you're looking at
information
the column here, so.
This is the current assessment information for the comparable properties.
No, for his property.
For his property?
Because you're showing like the square footage and, the price per square foot is 184 on the bottom, so the column above.
The column above is
Is
the
all
current
from-
assessment data.
Okay.
That is simply just the last sales date for that.
Right, so I'm
for
just
that
trying to
property.
compare to this sheet then, so your grade still shows that he's at an A+ for his property.
That is correct.
Okay. And so, do you have some kind of a formula that goes on the ratings? So if it was downgraded to an A versus a A- or a B+ or like that kind of a deal as far as?
Yes, the grade factor is, if you come down right below the grade of A+, the grade factor is 1.75.
Okay.
The A would be a 1.55
Okay.
factor.
And where does that get computed into?
That's taken into consideration in the cost approach. So it's the square footage and the amenities considered average, and then it's adjusted up 75% for an A+ as opposed to 55% for the A grade.
Right, but what does that number get used for then?
That number is used in the cost approach. So it's an adjustment to consider the quality. So it's an upward adjustment for between the A grade and the A+. So in the cost approach, if you flip over to the back, it's the portion that's the left side of the sketch, the replacement costs.
Okay.
Midway down, about the bottom third of that top column, you'll see grade factor 1.75. So the base price of the property is $310,520. The attachments are $28,700, less the basement that's missing for the one property, or the one portion of the property is minus $21,950. And it just works its way down to the subtotal is $340,210. Then it's taking in the consideration for the grade factor to arrive at the.
So that's a math of what, 340 times 1.75 to get to the 595?
To get to 595.
That's what I'm trying to figure out where that number
Yes,
factors in.
in the
then,
cost
so.
approach, that's where it is.
Okay, so then how does that go back down to, what's the RCNLD stand for?
So the RCN is replacement cost new if it was built today. And RCNLD is less depreciation. So it's the replacement cost new, less depreciation. So we're taking the $340,210 times 1.75 to arrive at the $595,370. And then we're applying 8% depreciation. So the percent good is 0.92. And then we do have an additional 0.9 market adjustment on the property as well.
Okay, so if you had driven by during this one, because you said last was 16, so if we had a drive-by and we saw that the condition of the roof is as he's describing, maybe some holes are visible based on the bird issues and things like that,
would that have changed the A plus to A or something else?
The A plus, so that would be more of an adjustment on the CDU as opposed to the grade. The grade's going to consist of the exterior quality, the interior quality, the amenities of the interior, whether it's a tile floor, carpet floor, linoleum floor, whether it has triple crown molding, tray ceilings, just the quality of the construction and the quality of the materials. So a simple drive-by from the exterior would not give you a good read that whether or not the A plus is accurate or not.
Okay.
The drive-by would be more reliable for the condition or the CDU, that you would be able to see deferred maintenance or problems with the exterior of the property.
Okay, so then how does the CDU get factored in then?
The CDU is taken into consideration. Let me take a look here. The C&D factor there that you're seeing in the cost approach is the kitchen and bath rating. So it's one, that's not an adjustment. And the condition rating is actually an adjustment on the percent good. So in very good, the property through the cost approach is getting less depreciation. If that is adjusted downward, it would have, for the same age, it would have more depreciation or more wear and tear. So I don't have the depreciation table in front of me, but I can run a quick calculation if it were to be calculated at a different condition, if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
Like if you were to go down one condition, or however it's stated that way.
So the current assessed value and the improvement, okay, so what I'm looking at, the reproduction cost less new is $493 after depreciation. If we change that to a good condition, the RCN LD drops to $482,200 from $493.
Okay, my last question, sorry, gentlemen, if you guys had some too, but, or don't. He brought it up a little bit before, but how do we get to a higher number than what you have as weighted in market that are on
On the comps.
the front that's above the picture?
So through the market update that we looked at, we adjusted our cost approach to come in line with the sales, and then we adjusted our market approach. The market approach is more reliant on the comparable sales. Once we had both of those models calibrated, we did find that our cost approach, what was modified to the market, actually gave us statistically better numbers on the sales ratio study. So we're using a modified market approach. I'm sorry, a market modified cost approach. So the market approach is based on the comparable sales. The weighted estimate is based on the comparable sales. The market regression analysis is another model that is established, but what we are using is the market adjusted cost approach.
Okay. Stu, Bob, do you have any questions?
I'm confused.
I'm getting there too, I guess I've got some questions.
There's too many numbers flying. I don't have anything now.
No? Okay. All right, do you have anything that you'd like to provide as an additional evidence or discussion?
Tonight?
Well, yeah, based on what he's provided, the questions we've asked of him?
No, but this comp page has piqued my curiosity. So because I'm retired, I'll be checking out these 4 different homes tomorrow. Just from simple curb appeal and, you know, aesthetics and would I want to own it? Does it impress? Those things.
Okay.
Sam, do you have anything else on your end? to
I
add,
do
or-
not. I provided the assessment information and the comparable sales based on the information that we had prior to this evening. That's the assessment that we came up with, the calculation for the improvement and the land values. I have nothing further to provide.
And I appreciate everything that's being done.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else for anyone to add or question, then we'll close the testimony portion. And then we can go into our board analysis here, starting with page 3, Bob. At the letter C determinations. So we're on the same page, literally?
Letter C, you said?
Very good. Okay. Assessor's estimate level of assessment of the municipality has been determined to be, we've answered this previously, it's at 100%.
Correct.
All right, the board finds that there was a recent sale of the subject property, yes or no?
No.
No. So then we skip the others, right? Then we go down to the bottom of the same page to number 3. The Board of Review finds that there are recent sales of comparable properties, yes or no?
Yes.
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 Okay. On to the next page, page 4. Did the property owner present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area?
No.
No.
So we skip B. Assessor, did the assessor present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area?
Yes.
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 If yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution to value?
Yes.
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 All right. Conclusion under E. We would be using 1 through 4, or do you have any objections to any of those specific properties? We agree to yes, so 1, 2, and 3, and 4?
Yes.
I know a couple of them are a lot newer, but, yes.
Okay. All right, the Board of Review finds that the assessment should be based on other factors, yes or no? I'm gonna
Yes.
say yes. Specifically the environmental corridor portion,
Correct.
and evidence to that being presented is, the homeowner presented, the plots that show the drawings of where that is in there, and I take his numbers to be accurate to that point. Okay, so then that leaves us to which motion we make. Do we make the motion to agree with the assessment or the motion to modify the assessment? I think based on, if nothing else, the environmental corridor portion, personally, I'd say there's an adjustment that would be made based on that. So going back to the numbers then that we were provided by Sam, undeveloped land would be 49,140 per acre. 140, and it's 2.25.
I got 110,565.
Yep, agreed.
The remaining portion, so he had the land assessed at 317,700. You divide that by the total of 3.47, you get 91,556 per acre. Multiply that by the remaining 1.22 acres, you get 111,698 for a total of 222,263 land value. If you add that to the improvement value of 546,400, that equals 768 rounded to 768,663 rounded to 768,600. I don't know if that's where you were going with the improvement value as well, but those are the numbers I came up with.
768.6?
Yep.
That's what I get.
didn't write down part of your numbers. I'm gonna go back to what you're saying.
91,556.
Yep, I got that. So I have a one, missing a one.
Yep. Plus the 110,
Yep.
565, yep.
Go to 260? So what you said, or round down to 260 or 200?
I don't round down until we get to the final number, so I did
Okay.
263.
Okay. And then the building is the 546.
Four.
You said 768, 8663?
Yeah, which I rounded to 600 even. Or 780, 768, 600.
So that gives land 222, 200 if you round.
Yep. Okay. I personally, I guess I would give some favor to, Mr. Brzezowski if he had provided some, I guess, better pictures to show the grade of the property compared to what's listed, to affect what Sam provided, if we were to change the building portion, but I don't have that at this point to be able to say that I can go with that change. So at this point, personally, I would say we can make an adjustment for the environmental corridor as we've been discussing.
If I may, just to throw it in there, I pay a surcharge because it's the original roof on my insurance. In other words, they know it's the original roof. So that is, in fact,
Yeah, that we're past testimony and evidence at this point, so
okay,
we just have to go off of our discussions here at this point.
okay.
All right. Either you disagree with that, as far as making an adjustment on the land portion, based on what we've been discussing?
No, I agree to that.
Okay, so if I do this right, I'll make a motion as it states, exercising judgment and discretion pursuant to 70.47, the Board of Review by majority and roll call vote hereby determines the motion would be that the assessor's valuation is incorrect. It's the first bullet point. The second one, that the property owner has presented sufficient evidence to rebut the presumption of correctness granted by law to the assessor. And the fourth one, that the full value of the property is land 22220.
Sorry, 222,600. Or no?
No, it's 22220.
200.
Yes. So the land number is
222,200.
222200, and the improvements is 546400. Total being 768600.
Correct.
And that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. What's that? Yep, sorry, I keep, just force a habit.
Aye.
Roll call vote, please.
I get it.
Bob?
Aye.
I'll say aye. Stu?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries unanimous that way. Sir, she has a form she's filling out here. You'll have a copy presented to you that's going to show that we're adjusting it.
She has a form?
She's going to provide you a copy showing that we've
Okay.
adjusted the dollar amount.
Okay,
You can have.
thank you.
Okay. So if you didn't hear, we brought the number down from the assessed number to 768,600.
But the building stayed the same?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It was adjusted, just not as much as you asked for.
And that was 768,600
Total.
total.
Correct. Yep, so land is 222200, and building stayed the same. Yep.
Just for the record, if he wants to come back next year with evidence of his deteriorating house, I think that's,
Well, then he could go to open book and talk.
right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
He has
Yep.
that option next year to do
And
that.
I wrote that down,
Yep,
Okay.
and I saw the place on Moyer, it's really nice.
yeah.
2017. Oh, thank you. Am I done?
Yep.
Did he get it?
It's right here,
Okay. All right,
right there.
that's your copy, sir.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, have a good night.
Take care, man.
Take care.
We know-
You just take no offense. Hoping that was all.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah. Both sides here?
Is this the last one we have? That gentleman's just. Here, yeah, they're right here.
Right up here. Right here.
Yeah, I was afraid to handle it too much.
How do you say your name?
My name is Fuad Cayrell.
All right, you can call up the phone case.
Fuad Carella, you said?
Yes.
All right. W237S4626 Big Bend Road. The assessment notice was for $489,000. The opinion of assessment is $462,000.
All right, swearing in.
I have down assessed value of $494,500.
Yes, that needs to be corrected. I
Okay.
got the letter in the mail on Friday
Oh, okay.
evening, and I had sent you that email Friday morning from work.
Oh, okay.
So that is incorrect on that number.
But then your
But the
proposed,
460,
your opinion is the same.
It's
the
still the same.
462 stayed the same? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, do you have any questions in the process?
No.
Well versed by now?
Hope to get us home early.
Yeah. Very well. Okay, based on that, you can start with your presentation.
Sure. We purchased the home in 2021. The listing price was $450,000. It was on the market for 3 days, and we purchased it for $475,000. We mentioned the letter, $494,500. With the property tax bill from 2024, it had the fair market value listed for $451,900. I can go into the comparisons in a second, but the exterior of the house, the siding needs to be replaced. I've gotten 4 quotes from different companies, beginning earlier this year. It had pre-existing woodpecker damage, and then the wood around the framing around the windows, as well as almost half of it is cedar wood, and I believe it's original to the house. So we're looking to do that this year. Going into the comparisons, I've listed 4 there. So Sam and I corresponded through email prior to the open book. I was traveling overseas for work from August 21st to September 4th. I gave my wife some notes to call during the open book discussion, and I believe she spoke to somebody named Brian, is what she told me. I don't know if that's accurate.
We had Dean and Chris Boulay, that would have been, no, Brian. Oh, we didn't have Dave, we're Brian Thomas, that's serious, that would be correct.
Okay, so that's what she told me. She did it on my behalf, and I gave her the notes. So going into the comparisons, I listed them number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Sam was kind enough to also give me his comparisons, as well as the residential record card, which he'll probably hand out, and we can talk about that next. But for my comparisons, the first one, I even put down distances. It's a mile away. It's the same road, Big Bend Road. All of these sales were in 2025 this year. You could see sale price, you could see land, you could see square footage, all very similar to my property. The number 2 is on Tansdale Road, that's 1.8 miles away, more acreage, a little bit less on the square footage, sale price $438. Number 3 is on Ridge Road, sale price $460, land 1.23 acres, property 1965, that's about 4.5 miles away. Number 4, Red Wing Drive, $460, 1 acre, 2,484 square footage, 2.4 miles away. My assessments, the 494,500 was a 51% increase compared to the average of 41%. Would you like Sam's record card, or can I go into the comps that he gave me, just discussion-wise?
I can provide a copy of that to both the.
It's the same exact one?
Yes, it should be.
I mean, you're gonna show it to us anyways, right?
Yep.
Or do you wanna wait, cause you can ask questions and discuss it when he's presented it?
I just like throw it all out there.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yep.
Thank you.
And you have.
Yeah, I got them, yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, so the home was last purchased 2017, it was assessed at $327,700, their purchase price was $350, so they paid more and assessed less. Looking at the comparisons, 4 out of 5 are, on average, $565,000 if you just average out those 4 other ones. The first one, similar in price to mine. With the other 4, what was I gonna say? Let's see. Yeah, that's like comparing a Honda to a BMW or Mercedes, and I don't drive a BMW or Mercedes, so. In my view, I think the 462 is more accurate. And also with the comparisons, you could see the MRA estimate, that's your multiple regression analysis. Mine was at 435. The other ones are much higher, 472, 460, 461, 467. With that, I think I've stated everything that I brought. So that's all I have at the moment.
All right, Sam, go ahead. You have questions?
Yeah, I do. The comparables that you have provided, they're all sales in 2025?
Yes, according to Zillow and the records.
And they are actual sales?
Yes.
Okay. And what makes these properties comparable to yours?
Distance and structure, location, I mean, 3 out of the 4 are within about 2 miles. Your comparisons, I had 2.2 miles, half a mile, 2.5 miles, so very similar.
Okay. Are they similar styles? Are there not multi-story homes, or they're not ranches that you're using comparisons?
I think most of them were 2 stories, but I am not entirely sure. I can't remember exactly. I could look it up if you'd like.
And if I understand correctly, you purchased the home for $475.
Yes.
And that you feel was at the peak of the market, and you feel that the property has lost value in the last 4 years?
I don't believe purchase price is an indicator of market value. And I have articles to prove that also.
There was one other thing.
So an appraised value is an evaluation of a property's value based on a given point in time. Appraised value may not correspond to an asset's or property's market value.
What's your source?
This is from the internet, which website? Investopedia.com.
You're stating appraised value, not assessed value?
Appraised value is an evaluation of a property's value based on a given point in time. So.
You realize appraised value is different than assessed value?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to clarify, the assessed values at the bottom, under your comparable number 4, you had 2020 to 2024, 327 less than purchase price of 350. Was that on your?
That was on the record card. So you could see sales history on the front.
So the subject property was purchased for 350.
Back in 2017 with the family before us.
Okay.
And then if you look at the back page, you have your prior assessment total 327.7.
Okay, and what's the, what is the purpose of that statement, the comparison between the assessed value in 2020 through 2024 and the 2017 sales price?
So I purchased it for 475 and I believe it should be valued at 462. So less than purchase price.
Based on the comparables or based on?
Based on prior history, 2017 purchase. Not that it matters, it's just one line item of data, just to point out.
No, I'm just trying to understand. So, but is that a comparison between what the property was purchased for and what it was assessed at? And that's the 13.3% increase? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
That's just me, right? Yeah, that's just writing. Well, no. So from 2019, before it was reassessed, it was at 28.85. These are just my notes that I did based on the property tax bill. And then 2020 got assessed at 327. So the 28.85 to 327, that was a 13.3 increase at the time.
Okay.
So sorry, those are just my notes.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
not
make
for
sure
the-
that, because I was looking at the 327, it's less than the purchase price of 350, so I wasn't sure if you
Right.
were trying to look at the relationship of the assessment to the sale, the previous sale.
No, that was just the 2019 compared to the 2020.
Okay.
I'm a numbers guy, sorry, I like numbers.
Sure, no, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I was looking at your information correctly. And how did, 4 of the 5 comparables. So the other thing I was looking at as well, I'm sorry to, under the reasons for your objection, on your objection form, it says 4 of 5 comparison properties used in assessment had average cost of $565.
Yes.
What is that the average of the cost approach on the, how did you arrive at that number?
Yep, so what is it, the back page, you have your comparable sales summary table. And if you start with number 2, it's at $534,000. Number 3 is at $551,000. Number 4 is at $589.6. And number 5 is at $590. So you take those 4, add them up, divide by 4, you get $565.
So you're looking at the sales price?
Yes.
Okay, so not the cost approach value, the cost as the purchase price. Okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry. The purchase price and cost is different in my world, so that's an approach to value.
Sorry.
That makes sense to me now. Okay. I have no further questions.
That was an average of the unadjusted sales price, correct?
Yes.
I've got one question. You said something interesting that caught my attention. You said you don't believe purchase price is an indicator of fair market value?
Correct.
Was your purchase of the property an arm's length transaction?
Yes, I had no idea who the other sellers were. It was weird.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't think that an arm's length sale of a property is indicative of what the fair market value is of the property?
1 second. Where's my piece of paper? All right. Purchase price is usually the best evidence of market value if you have recently purchased the property. This is from your 2025 Guide for Property Owners, which is available on the DOR website.
Sure.
Wisconsin. Sale price of other property comparable to yours is the next best evidence of market value. we all know COVID was a crazy time. Prices skyrocketed. I'm pretty sure I overpaid for my house, but, you know, we bought the house. 3 days later, my firstborn child came into this world. So we were on the market for 11 months. We had 6 offers, all of them rejected until this one came through. And yeah, we all know the rest of the story with the market value and all that. 2021, 4 years ago, I just gave you guys comparisons of 4 properties again in 2025, and the highest you saw there was 460. That's where I'm basing my information off of.
Do you know the age of these properties? The billings on each of these?
I could look them up for you if you'd like. Just a quick internet search if you need it. But no, I did not write those down.
I mean, if you're looking them up, then I guess to Sam's prior question, are they all comparable as far as the structure goes? Are they 2 stories, attached garage, similar in things, however yours is?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, you,
I'll look them up.
yeah, because you weren't sure
Yep.
before, and
Yep, you got it.
while he's looking that up, does anybody else have any questions?
I do not.
All right, so the first one is a 3-bed, 2 baths. So exact same as mine. 1 acre lot. It is, looks like a ranch style, so not a 2-story. Two and a half car garage, attached, same. Yep. Is that good, or you need more information on that one?
I was looking for age.
Age, this looks like it was built 1970.
Okay.
All right, second one. 46W. All right, next one, number 2, Tansdale Road, 3 beds, 2 baths, same. And what is the picture? That's a 2-story. And 2 parking garage attached with 1971 year built. Number 3. Three beds, 2 baths, 1.24 acres, looks like a single level. And two-car attached, 1972. And the last one. Three beds, 3 baths, 2-story. Three-car garage attached, 1 acre, 1990.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Sam, go ahead.
I've already previously passed out the assessor's exhibits, the 2-page property record card with containing the assessment information for the subject property and the comparable sales approach with the comparable sales. The subject property, as previously stated, was last purchased in May of 2021 for $475,000. The home resides on a lot, or on a 1.03 acre amount of ground. It is a 2-story multi-story built in 1992, centrally heated and air conditioned, and we are showing that there is a metal insert fireplace. It is a grade of B-. It is a CDU rating of average. The above grade square feet of living area is 2,338 square feet. It does contain a basement of approximately 1,323 square feet with no rec room or no finished basement living area. It contains 7 rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath, and 4 additional plumbing fixtures. Moving to the comparable sales. Comparable number 1 is West 258, South 4737, Wood Lily Lane. This property contains 1.01 acres of ground, is a 2-story, multi-story home, built in 1993 with 7 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath, is centrally heated and air conditioned. The basement is listed as 1,216 square feet with a total square feet of living area of 2,364. It is a B- grade in average condition. And that property sold for $476,550 in January of 2024, approximately $201.59 per square foot. Comparable number 2 is South 44 West 23627, Amy James Drive. That property is a 2-story multi-story home, or multi-story style home, built in 1992 with 8 total rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. We're showing that there is a rec room of 274 square feet. The basement area is listed as 1,212 square feet. Total square feet of living area is 2,334. It is a B grade. It is an average condition, and that property sold for $534,000 in July of 2023, or approximately $228.79 per square foot. Comparable number 3 is West 236, South 4492, Whispering Hills. That is a 2-story, multi-story style home built in 1993 with 7 total rooms, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. It has a basement area of 1,456 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,400 square feet. The grade is considered to be a B. The condition is an average. And that property sold for $551,000 in August of 2023 for $551,000, or approximately $229.58 per square foot. Comparable number 4 is West 256, South 4875, Wood Lily Lane. This property resides on 1.13 acres of ground, is a 2-story, modern multi-story, built in 1994, with 8 total rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 full baths, 1 half bath. It's centrally heated and air conditioned. We are showing that there is approximately 570 square feet of finished basement living area. The basement area is listed as 1,062 square feet. The total square feet of living area is 2,766 square feet. It is a B- grade in average condition, and that property sold in July of 2023 for $589,600, or approximately $268.49 per square foot. Given that the current assessed value for the subject property is approximately $209 per square foot, it falls squarely within line with the comparable sales. The comparables are similar in style and age of the home, and also the size, the size of the home and the age. So that completes the assessor's exhibit.
Okay, sir, you can, it's your opportunity to ask him questions based on what he's just provided for the assessment.
Did anybody visit the property? I think I saw a vehicle parked in the front of the road while I was cutting the grass, but I don't know.
Not all properties were inspected from the exterior, but we did spot check some properties if we had some data that looked incorrect from the market update, so we did not look at all properties. I have the last, looks like the last entry was an informal review in, oh, I'm sorry, that's the 2025. I'm not showing that there's been anyone in the property in any time recently.
And no pictures were taken from the
And no
outside?
pictures were taken.
I think that's all I have.
Okay, gentlemen, you guys have any questions?
I do not.
Do you have the ability to look at this information for his comparables?
Not in depth. The information that he did look up for the style and the square footage was more than what had been presented previously. But I did not have any of his list of comparables before this evening, just like the board.
Sure. I didn't know if it was something you have access with your tablet in front of you or something or what, so.
I can look those properties up to see if there's
Um,
something that we need to know.
How does the age factor, is one of his comparables that, because we can't use ranches, right? If he's got a two-story, that's not a comparable?
I would not consider it to be comparable.
Okay, so-
The two-story homes and ranch homes are gonna sell in different markets. It's cheaper to build vertically than it is horizontally.
Sure. So for number two, that property is 1971, where his is 1992, so it's what, 21 years older. How much does 21 years, I guess, change the ratings or things from that perspective?
So the age itself, we try to keep the comparables similar in age to the subject property. An older home, depending on if it's been remodeled or not, or if it's just, it may show more wear and tear. If it's been remodeled, then that kind of muddies the water a little bit on what the current market value would be. But we typically, when we build our market models, we have sales prior to 1980 and 1980 and after. So we do feel that age is a comparable portion of the characteristic of the subject, the comparables.
My last question, I guess, is on his handwritten notes on the back side there. On the very bottom, it says original assessment was 489, but then open book discussion changed it to 494, 500. Is there any information about what that means? Or why it would have gone up?
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking. I have the letter right here that was provided to me.
Give me just a moment.
Sorry to interrupt also, but I also have pictures of a siding quote of one of the companies, if that helps. If not,
Okay. You okay?
What a pesky mosquito.
I've been chasing it for 4 hours. Good job.
Good job. Yeah, no. Got a bite.
Is this one that you, or that was that Brian he talked to? Because I'm just saying with the open book 25, condition good equals average, cost equals market. But I don't see what we originally had. But you said that you had a. Yeah, I don't have time to look at that. You have the original notice?
I have the original assessment followed by the modified assessment.
Okay, and the modified assessment did increase in value from the
Yes.
original?
Yes, 494, 500 is what I was given after dated September 10th.
I'm curious what
And it looks like the building value had increased 5,500.
Okay, so it's showing that through the open book hearing, the condition was changed from good to average. Let me make sure that is correct. Is listed in average condition. And it was also changed from the cost approach to the market approach. So you're actually using the market, which is the 494.5. Which I'm just questioning why we would lower the condition and then take it off of cost. So, But I didn't do the review there, so that's something that we'll have to discuss further. But I'm sorry, what was the original question?
He asked the question.
I think I asked just because his notes on the bottom of the back of his notes here says, the original assessment, I assume that's what you got notice for, was that it was at 489, but then you said you were out of town, so your wife called and did open book by phone, and then somehow that went from 489 to then you were noticed that it's at 494, 500 now.
That is absolutely correct.
The note that I have through the open book, the condition or CDU rating was changed from good to average, and it was changed from the cost to the market approach. So that is the reason that it increased in value. Typically, if we were to change the condition, that would affect both approaches of value, but especially if it was on the cost, it would have lowered. So the reviewer that made the recommendation, I can't speak for what they were seeing at that point to raise the value, and most likely I would have kept it at the same value, given the information that was provided.
Provided, like, as in, like, the quotes they're talking about, stuff like that, you mean?
The conversation that was had through the open book process.
Yeah.
So we had a back and forth with the email, and the wife had a conversation with the open book here with Brian Tomasek. So after we do that, we take notes, we pass them through. One of our appraisers will take a look at the information that's provided, and then they'll make any necessary adjustments to the property. So it looked like we were attempting to lower the value by taking it from a good to an average condition, but then whenever we switched it over to the market approach, it negated the change in the condition, and it caused it to go up. I don't have the reviewer here in front of me to answer the questions of why that decision was made.
So are we across the board at the market or at the cost, or some one and some the other?
We're primarily using the market modified cost approach. Statistically, that gave better values to our sold properties when we did our analysis. If we had a better market approach for these sales, that's something that we could use through the open book or through, setting the values, but the vast majority of the village is on the market modified cost approach.
So what, I guess, we get lost a little bit, it's late. What determines one over the other then? You probably said it, but just for me to understand better.
No, I understand. So whenever we developed our models, the first thing we did whenever we analyzed the sales from 2023 to 2024 is to bring our cost approach in line. So that's what I mean by a market modified. We have cost tables that we're putting adjustments to bring the cost approach in line. Then we calculate the market model, and then when we looked at all the valid sales for the residential properties, we statistically had better results with the market modified cost as opposed to the market values, the market approach. So what we're looking at is that the vast majority of the village is on the market modified cost approach. The market approach is a portion of that, but this one has been switched over to that because the reviewer believed it gave a better representation of the value, even though it did increase.
Okay. His comparable number 4, are you able to look that up and tell me, I guess, what the assessed value is on that one? The red ring?
Yeah, give me just a moment.
And then I guess if you're looking at that in your system, is there anything that stands out as a comparable that's different than yours?
I have to find the parcel number real quick, so give me just a moment.
Sure.
So the first question was the current assessed value for the Red Wing Drive?
Yeah.
Waukesha. The current assessed value for that property is $642,400. And I will note that the 2025 sales were not analyzed they were after our assessment date, so this is not a sale that we would have built
Right.
into our models or our
Right.
calibrations.
Yeah, because you're going off of stuff before your January 1st date.
Yes. And now, just to take a look at it here. It is a modern multi-story, approximately, just trying to see the size. It's listed as 2,484 square feet of living area. One-acre home site. It is built in 1990. So I would say that that is a fairly similar home to the subject property. It is listed as an A- grade, and the subject is listed as a B-, so there's a difference in quality as far as the assessment's concerned, and it's also listed in very good condition.
Okay. Any other questions? I apologize, I didn't ask before. Did you have any additional evidence or witnesses? I don't see anybody else to.
No
maybe I
witnesses,
just
no.
guess I can say I asked the question. Okay, do you have anything additional that you'd like to add or present?
If you want more information on the siding quotes, then I can provide that, otherwise, no.
Gentlemen, do you want that?
No.
Okay. Sam, do you have anything else to add on your perspective?
I feel that the comparables that we provided are similar in style and size and age. I also would have to say that the market has been rather inflated, but regardless of that, the sales prices of the comparable properties are going to be the sale prices that are analyzed for actual individual fee appraisals of similar properties. So just to say that the market is up and people are purchasing properties very quickly at inflated prices, that kind of sets the market that we have. So I feel that it's hard to say that a property's been overpaid when you can see the prices that are consistently being paid for similar homes.
Okay. I didn't ask before, do you have any summary or anything you want to just wrap up, I guess, discussion-wise? I asked for
No.
evidence before, but.
Just that 2024 property tax bill, estimated fair market, 451,900. That's straight from the county. And then, that's all I got.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing further,
Sam,
then.
I got one question. Sam, in your comments, you said that before the open book discussion, and they changed it to 494, you would have kept it at the original assessment?
I feel that if I was doing the actual review, I don't know that I would have done anything to increase the value of the property. I would have left it at the cost approach given, and I'm not sure what information was provided at the open book because I did not do that review. I just simply had some communication with the owner before the wife had the open book. It looks like there was a change to the condition. So there was an attempt to lower the value, but then it was switched to the market, which I can't account for. So that's what increased it to go up. The information that I had available to me through our conversation, I would have left the assessment as it was originally sent out on the original notice.
Instead of changing it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further testimony or discussion, then we will close that portion of this and switch over to our analysis. Back to the packet, page 3, C, determinations. Assessor's estimate level of assessment of the municipality has been determined to be 100%. 2, the board finds that there was a recent sale of the subject property, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Moving on to 3, the Board of Review finds that there are recent sales of comparable properties, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Specific to the property owner's information, did the property owner present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area, yes or no?
Yes.
If yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution to value? Let's say maybe yes and no, since a couple are ranches and not 2 stories. But they're all, one's a different age.
I would say no, be due to the difference in ages,
Yeah.
and some of them are ranches and not.
So there's 20 years difference. in this
It's 20 years difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so no. Under
No.
the assessor portion, did the assessor present testimony of recent sales of comparable properties in the market area? Yes.
Yes.
If yes, were the attributes satisfactorily adjusted for their differences from the subject and their contribution to value? Yes.
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 Conclusion, list the properties and values that the board review relies on to make its determination as to fair market value. 1 through 4 from the assessor.
Yes.
Any of the properties from the homeowner?
No.
I would say yes, number 4, that's similar in age. Well,
What year again was number 4?
1990.
Okay. That's closer than any of them, yeah.
But it's got different baths and it's actually assessed a lot higher than this one. All right, so no to any of the 4? Listing just the assessors, correct?
Still say no.
Right, we're agreeing to the 4 from the assessor, but not the 4 from the homeowner for conclusion E.
Correct.
Okay. For number 4, the Board of Review finds that the assessment should be based on any other factors, yes or no? No?
No.
All right, so then decision, 1 being that we move in favor of the assessment, or 2 being that we move in favor of modifying the assessment? I guess to me, the only question would be is what Sam said as far as we don't really know why they increased it and changed it, if they downgraded the grade.
It was a adjustment to condition. Yeah, the grade was not adjusted, it was the condition of the home from
Okay,
good to
sorry.
average.
Sorry. Wrong portion. The CDU was changed, right?
Yes.
And there's no change in that back at this point.
When it comes to the Board of Review, from my side, I have to defend my assessment, so I can't negotiate or make any changes on the assessment itself. I just have to support my assessment.
Yeah, he did give us a hypothetical, so I think you guys could fine for that number, the original 489, whatever it was. You know, that's a number that's been presented as evidence.
I was a little questioning that myself. I thought I've never seen assessments go up. It's a first for me.
Right. Let's say you go with number 2.
Okay, you can make the motion if you want. My only question would be for that then is if Sam's able to give us what the, or maybe if it's on your paperwork, or do you have it?
Can I see the letter?
Do you have your
Yes.
original letter
Yes.
Original one, yeah.
that shows the, was it 480 number?
The breakdown, 489.
I'll just give you both. That's fine.
Okay, so land was 178, improvements were 311 to get to the 489. So for the fourth bullet point to be 178 and 311, 489. If that's the motion. All right, well, I'll move it along, so.
It'd be 489.
Huh?
Yeah, 489.
178,000, 311,000, 489,000 for those three numbers under bullet point 4. You can have those back, sir. All right, you gonna make the motions too?
Yeah.
I can make a motion to exercise its judgment and discretion pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 7047-9A. The Board of Review by majority roll call vote hereby determines.
Which bullet points?
We'll go with the assessor's valuation is incorrect. The property owner has presented sufficient evidence for assumption of correctness and granted by the law to the assessor. And 2, the full value of the property is 178,000. Improvements of 311,000 and total of 489,000.
All right, I'll second that. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, I'll do it right this time. Roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Motion carries, so we've readjusted it back to the original amount you had, not to your requested amount, but it did come back down slightly.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
so much, all of you.
All right, so if you can just hang tight, she'll give you a copy of this form here. While that's occurring, going back to our, where is it, our agenda here?
We should pick a date first.
Yep, date, and then I wanna get this adjourned.
Yeah, and then we'll make a note that agenda items 10 through 12 will be moved to our adjourn date.
Should we be making a motion for that though, already?
We don't need an official motion, no, as long
Okay.
as we state on the record, I'm fine with that.
So we're not gonna do the book?
No.
We'll
Do you-
do that at the next.
I'm
I'll get you some coffee and some donuts.
Sit at home and
By
do
the time
some
we're done,
homework until the next meeting.
Dunkin' Donuts will be open again.
I don't think so.
I'm just agreeing with you, I'm just questioning, is that the truth?
Well, I mean, it is past 11.
I know, I'm kidding.
We're gonna do the book next time.
Seriously.
I- All right, with Chris back then, just for the record, items 10, 11, and 12 have been adjourned to the next meeting.
What was the numbers?
10, 11, and 12. All right, so picking a date for the next meeting, I guess, for at least for the three of us, and hopefully the other two are back to help. Monday the 22nd, would that work for you guys?
Monday? Yeah, I guess so.
Guess I can make it work.
What's that?
I guess I can make it work.
What time would you like, during the day or at night?
I'm not really excited about that week at all, because I had stuff going on, but if we're doing it the 22nd, then that night.
Otherwise, it would have to be the first or second of October.
I'm not crazy about October, November, period.
Oh, yeah,
I
me
get,
either. Shouldn't
have
take
other
us
things to
long.
do.
That meeting's, well, yeah.
Famous last words there,
I
ma'am.
know.
So we still have the other stuff we gotta do here still too.
Three, yeah, the meeting.
Did we accept the 3 objections and then the one that we adjourned?
We adjourned one and
Two objections.
approved.
So it would be 3 hearings total on Monday.
Yes.
We approved 2, we did not approve James, nor, yeah, so it's
Yeah,
2.
it's just, yeah.
So 3 total, including the
3
adjournment.
total with the adjournment, okay.
And-
I can be available Monday in the daytime or in the evening, just whatever the board deems is best.
Okay. 6 again? Can you make that?
Sure.
Me? Yeah.
I can make that work, yeah.
All right. Let's do it. 9:22 at 6 PM.
And then we have to
Uh,
that date.
That's what we gotta do. Make a motion. to
Well,
adjourn.
actually, for the record, we'll be postponing number 17 as well, right? Well, no, we just did one, so disregard. I was thinking for beyond. All right, so you made a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn to
I
9:22.
wholeheartedly second that. Any, discussion? All those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, Monday 22nd, we'll see you.
Chris, make sure you get the email notices out